welcome to day 7, I believe it is. It's been a long week, but here we are, first day of the juniors. We are going to start shortly with the Pro Junior men's round of 40. I think there's 4 heats of those. We're crossing over briefly to the women's, then back to the round of 32 of the men's. Day 7 of the Nias Pro.
Morning, everyone. Is the final day of Nias Pro, and we will be starting at 8 o'clock in about a minute. We are starting off with men's quarterfinals, women's semifinals, men's semifinals, and into women's and men's finals. This is on screen. Quarterfinal heat number 1. We have Westernhurst, Ricky Sato, Hiroto Mori, Iko Watanabe, and Nobora. And the ocean, the condition has improved a little bit. It's cleaner, bigger. So definitely we'll be seeing a lot of great actions, and we'll be seeing 2 champions probably this afternoon. And I'm Dai Wakohi in the booth with Giada. Good morning.
Good morning. There we have the view of the lineup. 4 surfers out the back. Their caddies on the inside. Latitude 0 with more than 30 years of experience here in Sumatra. Based in the Telo Islands. So they have the best view of the house. But yes, this is quarterfinal heat 1. We will be finishing this quarterfinal straight into the women's semis. And after that to the men's semis, and we will be crowning our Pro Junior champions today, and then wrapping up the Nias Pro. It's been an incredible week of action. We've had so many waves ridden and many top scoring rides.
Right.
So we're wrapping it up today, and we'll finish off this Pro Junior and see you guys in Korea.
Right, and in a couple of weeks, there's going to be another QS 6000 co-sanction event in Korea at Wakeful. So that'll be an interesting, exciting event in the water. We have quarterfinals, heat number 1. The 3 Japanese against 1 Indonesian.
Yeah, so Westonhurst, we'll get back to that. This is Riki Sato.
佐藤選手、ブルー1本目のライディングになりますが、これは早めに、プルアウトをしていきます。本日、ファイナルズデーとなっているニアスプロ、プロジュニアメンズディビジョンから始まり、このまま、ウォメン、そしてメンズとセミファイナル、ファイナルと行っていきます。
So Westonhurst, our Indonesian surfer, he is straight out of Lakey Peak, and he is living in Bali right now at the moment. I think to just create more opportunity for himself and have a bit of a bigger name in surfing. Sometimes Lakey has incredible waves, but I think Bali is just a bit more of a central hub if you want to be able to make it. There's more contests. It's easier to travel around from Bali. So he's a super talented young man. I think only 16 years old. Looks like he's like 25 though. He's a bit of a man-child. But really, really incredible young man to be around. Travels with Varun and Bronson most of the time, as well as Sinar. He has been looking on point. He's riding Lost surfboards in Indonesia, as well as a top Rip Curl team rider. So a bright future for Weston. His surfing is like beyond his years. So I think it's just a matter of time until we see him, kind of do what Dylan recently did in the QS 6000. Dylan Wilcoxon, that we'll see later on today in heat 3. He just recently came off the win at the Nias Pro QS 6000. So, I think Weston is following closely behind. And he's just part of that generation of Indonesian Groms coming up.
Right. So on screen, ブルー2本目のライディングになります。ここは前半にポイントを重ねていきたいところですが、少し、タイミングが合わなかったか。So we have Riki Sato. He's incredible competitor as well, been competing a lot. He did make a few heats in the QS event as well, but he is still in the junior. And then we have Hiroto Mori. His backhand is on point. He got good score yesterday. He's looking sharp. And then Iko Watanabe, he took a win Pro Junior division at Kurui Pro. And yeah, he does good maneuvers. He's good in the air. So it'll be a really interesting heat. And we are going to straight into the heat number 2 of men's quarterfinals. Yuma Nagasawa in red, Nathan Johans in blue, Teddy Billy in white, Raffling Wow in green coming up next.
Yep, and right after that, in the quarter 3, we'll be seeing Sentaro Sakai, Sho Shirai, Dylan Wilcoxon, and Raiha Onu. And in quarter 4, Kenshin Matsunaga, Kiran Vitt, Philip Duke, and Riki Tomoshige. So pretty stacked heats for the quarterfinals. After that, we're heading straight to the women's semifinals, where we're seeing in semi 1, Sumomo Sato, Kia Hewer, Hinano Shimizu, Aura Zeflin, and in semi 2, Jasmine Studer, Hanasuri Jabrik, Hinata Shimizu, and Inmari Hearn. So still a couple heats before we crown our winners here in the Nias Pro Junior. There is 1,000 points for the winner and 1,600 prize money. So all these juniors want that prize and want that title. It's a prestigious wave, and everyone wants to be out here and getting that title. Most of these surfers have already surfed in the QS. So, they've gotten some heats under their belt. This is not the first time that they're surfing. They've waited quite a long time, but we're here. We're underway. Quarterfinal Heat 1 is in the water. Ricky Sato just at 2 and a 0.5, so nothing too crazy or critical just yet. But the conditions are much glassier than yesterday, so I'm sure we're going to be seeing some good rides.
本日ファイナルズデーとなりますが、コンディションの方少し、回復していったように見えます。昨日はオンショアのコンディションでしたが、今日はオフショアからスタートしてグラッシーなコンディションです。サイズの方もセットは少しだけ、上がっているように見えますが、波数は少ない、そういった、コンディションとなっています。そしてここはホワイトの森選手アップしていきますが、少し早かったようですね。プライオリティがない状態なので、かなり各選手沖に波を待っている状況です。
Alright, so Westonhurst on his backhand, big blast, manages to stick with it, kind of airdrops down, separates himself from his board, wraps it around here again, just a second time. So
that was a really hard section to hit.
Yeah.
Managed to stick to the landing.
He completely separated himself from his
Right.
surfboard. His feet just kind of launched off, and he managed to just stick it through. We'll see what the judges think of that one.
That looked like out there. Ricky is having a look at this one. ブルー3本目のライディングになります。ここはストールをしてチューブに入ってくる。そしてボトムターンをしてカービングターン。いいコンビネーションになってきています。ここでキックアウト。残り時間が17分をすでに切っています。Little bit of paddling battle between blue and red. It's going to be a crucial moment for both of them. Whoever gets high priority, get advantage.
Yeah, especially a wave like Nias. It's not a beach break where you can kind of find your own section and kind of be by yourself. Priority is a vital part of competing in point breaks. You constantly want to be having priority when the set comes because you just get the better pick of the wave.
Right.
So a couple scores to come in through for red and blue. Last of white of 0.47. So a bit of a slower start this heat.
Everyone's kind of sitting really deep. But yeah, they were sitting in the right position, but probably the swell direction bit different compared to yesterday. So there's a lot of wider ones. So everyone's kind of too deep for the waves and getting caught behind. So here is the first wave for Westonhurst. This section was super horror to hit, but managed to stick to the landing and get a couple turns in after this, but pretty much all the points will come from the first turn, and we are still waiting for the last of red and blue.
So this is the last of Ricky Sato. Just a little cover up there, kind of indicating of what we've seen the last couple days here at the Nias Pro. Nice ride from both of them. Westonhurst almost airdropping down from that first turn.
グリーン1本目。一発目は少し緩慢なセクションへのターンになりました。ここからこの波はつなげずに沖へ戻ります。
Alright, looking like someone out the back.
森選手2本目のライディングになります。バックサイドの大きな縦のアクション。これは少し引っかかりながらも前に出てきました。そしてスープへのアクションも綺麗に決めていっています。ここはカットバックを続けてインサイドへつなげるかと思ったがつなげず。
All right, so last scores for red came in at a 3-8-3. Still waiting for a couple more to come in for now green, white, and blue. So all surfers have caught a score. I think for now it's Westonhurst getting the better of it, but Iko Watanabe caught a really nice ride. Iko, just before Krui, came off a win in Japan.
Right. QS 2000, he took a win in Hamamatsu Open, but here's a replay of last of Iko. Kind of hung up on the first turn, and wave didn't really offer too much after the first section, so no major score for Iko. But last of white, nice first turn, went vertical, hit the lip really nicely. But again, unfortunately, there's no steeper section after the first turn. So pretty much all the points come from the first section.
Yep, it is currently 8:11 in the morning here in Nias Pro. Today is finals day for the Pro Juniors, and we will be wrapping it all up. It's been an incredible week. Hopefully, we get some highlights of everything that has been happening throughout the Nias Pro, the QS 6000, both men and women's. It was Lucy Dara and Dylan Wilcoxon taking it out. So both young hitters, but incredible performance throughout the entire time. The conditions constantly changed throughout the week, and they were able to adapt and be flexible and kind of change their approach to each heat and change their equipment throughout the week, showing that it's not just about how good you surf. It's there's a lot that factors in behind each and every heat they have. But yeah, now it is the Pro Juniors in the water quarterfinals for the men. Heat 1. Ricky Sato currently in the lead, a 3.17 and a 2. Westonhurst is in second, a 3.83, only sitting on a 0.57 as a backup. Hiroto Mori 3.23.
ブルーアップしています。これはしっかりと点数を重ねていきたいが、一発目かなりいい場所に当ててスプレーも飛ばしてきたんですが、2発目のボトムターンで少し引っかかってしまったか、バックスが滑ってしまったか、ワイプアウトをしてしまいます。残り時間がまだ11分40秒あります。現在第1位がブルー、第3位ホワイト、第4位がグリーン。ホワイトは 1.18、グリーンは 1.98 が必要です。Out of back, Sapphire red, up and riding, nice first turn and gets second turn in. So this is a good way for Westonhurst. Definitely one of the best waves so far in this heat. Managed to put 2 good turns, 2 hit out back. グリーン一発目スプレーを飛ばしてきます。そしてボトムの角度を変えて2発目も縦へのアクション、鋭いアクションを見せてきています。グリーンは渡辺一行選手。ここはしっかりとインサイドまでつなげていって、ここのセクションにもしっかりと縦へのアプローチ、そしてフィンを抜いてくるバリエーションを見せてきました。これはいい点数が期待できそうです。レッド、そしてグリーン、いい点数になってきそう。
All right, there we have it. Some good rides now for red and green. We're definitely going to be seeing a change in the leaderboard after those scores come through. I think probably the best waves ridden for now in this heat.
Definitely 2 best waves so far. Good 2-turn combo from Westonhurst and good 3-turn combo from Iko Watanabe. And this is a replay of the last of red.
Yeah, so good turn here. Sets it up again for this second one. This wave just giving him a lot more to work with. He had a great wall out the back, and he just kind of weaves that last section, wraps it close, and this was Iko Watanabe really close behind. Good first turn here. Straight up again for the second one. So they'll definitely be getting the better hand of this exchange for now. I love the finishing here from Iko Watanabe. Super critical. Last of Weston comes in at a 5.67. Iko Watanabe a 5.93. They go straight to first and second. So it is now Ricky Sato and Hiroto Mori with a bit of work to do. Just 9.5 left on the clock. The requirements are a 5.20 and a 5.14. So it's still a really, really close heat. Not too, no one really stepping out of the range. You know,
Right.
it's still pretty close.
Yeah, they are all kind of stuck in the mid 3 range, but lots of red and green break through the range, getting mid 5s. But definitely it's still everyone's game yet with 9 minutes remaining in this heat. グリーンの2本目のライディングが5.93をスコアし、第2位のポジションに上がっていきます。ブルー、そしてホワイトはそれぞれ5点台のライディングが必要。現在、第2位がブルー、第3位が、失礼しました。第2位がグリーン、第3位がブルー、第4位がホワイト。残り時間が8分30秒。今日はこの後、クォーターファイナルが終わると、ウィメンのセミファイナル、そしてメンズのセミファイナル、そして各ディビジョンのファイナルへと進んでいきます。
Yep, so like I said, it's 8:15 in the morning here in Nias Pro. We already reached the peak high tide at 6:50 today. It was at a 1.2. Low tide will be at 1:40 today at a 0.4. Lagundri Bay actually works better with the lower tide and less water on it. So I think we'll be seeing an improvement in the conditions as we get deeper into the draw. Looking like priority is with white. So he's going to be cashing it in and heading for a good score.
ホワイト、この波、プライオリティを使ったんですが、型がない波になってしまいました。各選手が乗ろうとしていたところをブロックというか、乗せられた感じもしましたが、この波はあまり、当てる場所が少なかったように見えました。残り時間7分25秒。
All right, just saw the next heat prepping up and paddling out. We'll be seeing Yuma Nagasawa, Nathan Johannes, Teddy Billy, and Raflin Wow. But on screen is Weston Hurst, a 5.67 for the last of his wave. Right behind him, Iko Watanabe, 5.93. Just got a wave that just gave him a little bit more to work with. I think on the inside, Weston kind of did incredible out the back, but the wave just kind of fattened out on him, and Iko's one just stood up a little more here, and he got that last finisher. So that's why he got a little bit of a better score.
グリーンアップしています。この波でバックアップを上げていきたいところ、一発目は大きなスプレーを上げてきました。これは高さのある波ですね。ここからインサイドつなげてくると、波が出てくる場合もあります。この波は出てきました。そして、ここもいいターンを決めてきた。これはバックアップ上げてきそうです。Well served from Iko Watanabe. Trying to get rid of the 2.43, but definitely he's done that job. So at the back, a few sets rolling through, but no takers on the first one.
Yep, just waiting for the last of green to come in. He needs to, just get a little bit of distance of himself and the other surfers. He knows that their requirement are not that big. As long as they get the right wave, they can easily get that score. So he just wants to get rid of that 2.43 and make sure he has maybe 1 foot into that semifinal. Right. Here is the replay. Last of green. Under priority, he catches this one. I really like this first turn. Lots of water thrown around every time he makes contact with the lip of that wave. So good ride from Iko Watanabe.
Nicely connecting to the inside and gets the finish here. So even bigger to make bigger turns on the last section. It'll be a great score. So last wave for Iko comes in at 5.23. Now he is in the lead with 5.93 and 5.23. Weston Hurst needs 5.5 to go into the lead. Ricky and Hiroto needs mid-6 to go into the second. With the 4 minutes and 50 seconds to go. グリーンの3本目のライディングが 5.23 をスコアしたことによって第1位のポジションへジャンプアップします。これによりブルー、ホワイトのニードスコアが 6.33 そして 6.27 とそれぞれ変わってきています。 残り時間が4分30秒を切るところ。
4.5 left. This is the first heat of the day. We'll be wrapping it all up. Today, this afternoon, we will have the Pro Junior men and women's winners. So exciting times ahead. Don't miss out on the action. Coming up next, Heat 2, Yuma Nagasawa, Nathan Johannes, Teddy Billy, and Raflin Wow. So heavy hitters in this quarterfinal. Straight into the women's Pro Junior semis. And after that, men's semifinals. And then we'll be going straight to the finals. 30-minute finals for the Pro Juniors. Exciting times ahead.
Right, so it's been a really big and long weeks of Indonesian legs. We start with Krui Pro, and here in Nias, we had a Nias Pro. So it's been an incredible couple of weeks.
Yeah, you're right. It has been pretty long. We started off with the Krui Pro Junior, then headed straight to the Krui QS 6000. And now we flew over to Nias, 6-hour drive, 3 flights, and a 3-hour drive. Later, we made it here, and we're wrapping it all up. So this is the best of red, 5, 6, 7. Good 2 blasts out the back. Decided to pull off early, seeing that this wave wasn't going to give him any more scoring potential. Right behind him, Iko Watanabe, 593.
Nice first turn and throwing a lot of sprays. And there's a little bit of downtime on this wave, but managed to connecting through all the way through to the inside and gets this finish right here. Strong finish from Iko Watanabe. So this wave probably is 5-2-3. And just over 2 minutes to go in this heat.
Yeah, so some good scores, but nothing crazy now. Iko Watanabe wanted to extend his lead. Takes to the air.
グリーン、渡辺一行選手はその差を広げて、リードを広げたいところでエアーへチャレンジしてきましたが、ここはメイクできず、沖にはセットが来ています。Oh, so no takers on this set. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go in this heat. Ricky now needs 6-3-3 and Hiroto needs 6-2-7 to go into the second. But Westernhurst has first priority. He's trying to get rid of 3.83. And trying to get 5-5 to go into the first.
Just about to reach the 1 minute mark. Pretty critical moments. Not looking like there's too much happening on the outside. Riki Sato and Hiroto Mori are the ones with scores needed. 6-3-3 and a 6-2-7 are big requirements. No one has had any of those scores drop just yet. So they will have to be the best waves of the heat. As we reach the 40-second mark, it's not looking like there's too much happening out the back. Iko Watanabe has 5-9-3 and a 5-2-3. Westonhurst 5-6-7 and a 3-8-3. Had a good exchange. Iko Watanabe backing up that 5-9-3 under priority and saw potential on that insider. This is now Hiroto Mori.
さあ、ホワイト。6.27 が必要です。少し小さめインサイドの波に乗っています。カンマのセクション続いていますが、ここはセクションが出てこないか。Out the back, the Westernhurst, big first turn and gets second turn in. So he used his first priority. Probably this is gonna be the best wave in this heat. Still going. Trying to navigating all the way to the inside. Well, that's a great surfing from Westernhurst.
Yeah, so all he's looking for is a 5-5, and those first few turns out the back were incredible. So well done. Westenhurst wants to take first place. Hiroto Mori, his body language, not really convinced on his score. He was looking for a 6-7. He didn't have too much of a choice, though, because Weston did have priority. So here's a replay of the last of red. Takes off. Big upside down blast there. Not even a double pump to set up for this second turn. A huge fan of spray out the back. So Westenhurst potentially going straight to first with this last wave. Get some work done on the inside as well. So we'll see what the judges think of this last score. Hiroto Mori, white, 6-7. I think might not be what he was looking for, unfortunately. So we're just waiting for the last of red to come through, and it's looking like it's going to be the best wave of the heat. There we have it. Last of red, a 6-6-7. He goes straight to first. We're waiting for one more score to drop for man in white.
So we are now on hold, but Hiroto needs 7-9-3 now to go into the second. So I don't think it'll be 7-9-3 for the last of white comes in 0.50. So it's Westenhurst and Iko Watanabe going to the semifinals. We're gonna go quick break and we'll be right back in the quarterfinals men's heat number 2 after the break.
How? Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cane today. Yeah, let's go.
All right, guys. Good morning. Welcome back to the Nias Pro. We're on to the Pro Juniors now. This is quarterfinal heat 2 in the water. We're seeing Yuma Nagasawa in the red, Nathan Johannes in the blue, Teddy Billy in white, and Raflin Wow in the green. So in the first heat of the day, we had Westenhurst taking it out and Iko Watanabe in second. I'm Jada Gation, and welcome back into the booth, Mark Clift.
Yeah, well, good morning, and thanks for joining us, everybody that's tuning in. Lagundri Bay, perfect scene here for finals day. Sorake Beach Junior quarterfinals lead-out proceedings here on finals day. We've only got 10 heats to do today, G. Effectively day 8 of the Nias Pro, so been a big campaign. I was just sitting outside watching, and geez, the sun just burst through the clouds, and it just instantly got about 10 degrees warmer. Pretty steamy hot morning down here. It is, let me see, 8:28 in Nias time. So tell me, Weston's last wave, he won with that one. What do you get a number to go with?
Yeah,
that last
a
wave?
6-6-7 was his last wave. It was the best wave of the heat as well. He was sitting on a 5-3, if I'm not wrong. But right now, Nathan Johannes in the water, surfer from Indonesia. Good first turn there. Sets it up again. He's going to wrap it up here. Hoping for something to work on the inside. This wave going a little sleepy here, but we've seen some good finishers. There we have it, unfortunately going up and out right behind him. Teddy
Billy. Let's have a look what he's got here. He's picked a nice wave. That's a good part of the equation. Now just getting some rail work done. Saw him down there in the athlete area psyching up with his Billy Idol beats and his dance moves. He's tagging it again. So that turned into a pretty good wave for Teddy. It's a good bit of wave choice. Nice way to warm up with a completion. 4 or 5 moves along the way. So pretty decent. And we can see Yuma Nagasawa is the surfer in red and Raflin Wau in green.
So Raflin spends a fair bit of time these days living in Bali. Obviously, being a Wau, he's from the Point here originally. Got a few sponsors these days. I believe Tippy sort of also looks after him to a degree and helped him get here for this event. All right, so stage is set. Blue's pretty deep. Who's this?
This is Raflin Wow right now, the man we were just talking about. Big first blast. Unfortunately, just gets caught up the top and goes out the back. But it was looking like a pretty good wave for Raflin. Last of Nathan comes in at a 3.5. Waiting for scores for white and green to come through.
So just having a look at our final 16 in this division. Wow, 9 of them are Japanese, so it's a big day for Team Japan. They're, obviously leading the charge here in our Boys Pro Junior division. So let's have a chat with Westernhurst and Daiwako, is it? Yep, thank you.
The conditions been improving a lot compared to yesterday. We had an onshore wind and a little bit of bump on the face yesterday, but today, glacier, cleaner, slightly bigger sets coming through. So how is the condition out there?
Yeah, it was pretty slow, but at least it's like nice and clean today. Not onshore, no wind, offshore. And yeah, it was fun.
So what was the plan out there?
Just try to get 2 of the best waves in the heat. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much what you did in your heat. But were you looking for the air section as well?
Nah, no airs today. Just try to surf how I surf. Yeah.
Now you're into the semifinals, and we're gonna be seeing champions today. But how are you feeling right now?
For sure a bit nervous, but try to stay calm and just surf how I surf.
Yeah, just have a good rest for your semifinals, and this is the first Ben of the morning.
Thank you.
Good luck in the next seat.
So Western well-measured answers, didn't give too much away. Finals day, he's in the zone. He made the final down there in Korea as well. I think he ended up 4th by memory. He got a 3rd last year in the Pro Juniors down there in Korea. He's still got probably 4 more years as a Pro Junior, so he's super young and loving how quickly he's learning his way through with the contest Ration. So this wave didn't amount to much for Raflin. Oh, this is blue, actually. Jeez.
Yeah, this is Nathan Johannes, 3.50 to start things off for him here in this quarterfinal. And Teddy Billy getting the better of that exchange, a 5.17. Here we have him at the back. Good first tag there. This part getting a little more critical. He really pushed the tail. Weaves past this fat section, and this wave just kind of standing up for him again. Wraps it around and had a strong finishing here. So 5.17 for Teddy Billy. That was a really high score in the previous heat. So a good start.
Really was. Well done. Right in the middle of the scoring range. 5 pretty spicy moves. Picked off a great looking wave, and it just did him a whole lot of favours all the way down halfway through the inside as well. So that's what the scale is looking like in this heat. Western, you said, got a 6.67 as the best score in their last heat. So the judges upstairs will remember these rides and kind of effectively base the rest of these heats, quarterfinal matchups, off the first numbers of the morning. And Western in the zone, he's just grooving around. He said, I like what he said. He goes, no rest today. I just want to surf and just do my thing.
Yeah, and his surfing has the capability to take him to the finals. He's been in the finals quite a few times. This right now, Raflin Wow, starting off good, sets it up for that second one. A bit of an airdrop. This is our surfer from Nias, exactly at the point we're at. Very stylish young man. His surfing is very composed. See if he does something big here on the inside. Tags it again. Decides to backflip off.
All right, so a completion. That's good news. That'll keep him in range. A lot of time on the clock still left. All 25-minute matchups here this morning on finals day. A shout out to Dino at Lani's down there, Crewy. He sent me a message this morning saying it's 6 foot down at Crewy. Fair bit of west swell in it. West direction. So there's definitely a lot more swell hitting the other side of the bay today as well, G. The big old left out the back is kind of lighting up a bit. So I think potentially we've got more to come. So good looking finals day, everybody. You've got to hang in there and just pay homage to who are going to be our Pro Junior champions here today. Replay of Rafflin. Let's have a little look at it. So just chipping away at this stage. No real meaty turns. I imagine the judges will keep this score at this stage a little reserved. He knows this inside track well. This is where most of the Groms start surfing out here. A little tag, so no real meaty moves. Probably the highlight moment, the bizarre flick off. So it was all right. So where's it sit? Just in 3 range.
Yeah, it's a good way to start. You know, even though he surfed a heat yesterday, it's you always paddle out there nervous. It's you always want to win and make sure you get the best wave. So sometimes just starting off by catching a couple rides and surfing your way into higher scores is a great way to get himself back into this heat. He kind of made a bit of a mistake on his first wave, just got stuck at the top and lost that scoring potential. But rough and wow, a 3 puts him into second. Nathan John is 3-5. Yuma Nagasawa yet to really start his heat off. He's playing a bit of the patient game, 10 minutes in, wanting a set to come through. As Dai said, it's slow out there, but it's still really glassy and nice.
Yeah, well, there was enough opportunities that first quarterfinal for everybody to get the required 2 decent waves. So you've just got to factor that into, whatever time is remaining. So we're down to a 15-minute heat now for Yuma. He does have priority, though. He has been sort of having a little look at everything, but not prepared to pull the trigger. So glassy conditions here. It's an ideal morning. Like we said, Sorake Beach in the mornings, once the sun comes over that ridge and if there's no clouds, it can be steaming hot. Let's watch Rafflin Wau again. Throws the board away that time, so that'll be very little result from the judges. Nice looking wave behind, though. This one super glassy. It's a little bigger. It catches the team out of position. That thing just rattled off down the line. I'd looked out over the balcony. It was a pretty good wave. So once again, it's those markers that you've got to stay on, G. We know we've talked about that many times, and this wave is going to go, actually, maybe Yuma. So take us through this.
So Yuma, taking advantage of the situation, he was a little farther out than everyone else. Big first turn here. Air drops down. Just that one. He points down. He was feeling that one. Just one turn, but probably the biggest wave we've seen in this heat for now. Everyone was slightly out of position. He was just a little more down the line and closer to the channel, so was able to take off on that one. But just starting off his heat, he has no scores yet, so it's going to be a good one.
And the swell with the touch more western it today, it does sort of generally maybe break off the main spot a little bit more towards the channel. The end section can come up pretty quick smart, so you've got to beware that it's not your regulation deep takeoffs and just funneling tubes from up top. It's moving around a little bit today, so you've got to assess it as you go. Let's have a look at this again. I like his fade off the takeoff. Really deep double pump bottom turn. Huge blast.
Comes in at a 6. The judges are loving it. It's exciting. It was a big wave. It was a big section. So one turn, but the judges giving it a pretty high score, showing that it's always quality over quantity. So a 6 takes him straight to first. He was patient and took his time, and it's just looking like it's now starting to pay off.
Yep, good start right there. He knew what he wanted. He wants steep sections on his backhand. They can really square it up. A bit like Western, get right up there in the pocket. Show your power, but you've got to surf in the pocket at all costs. That's where the judges have been throwing big numbers for the last 8 days. So I hope the crew that are tuning in have been really enjoying the broadcast, the images coming out. Yesterday was a little scrappy in the morning. Obviously, finals day today, it's cleaned up its act. We're in for a ripper. We've got 2 semi-finals for the ladies. We'll just get through these men's quarters. We'll come back to those after the women's semis. And, so it's all set, everybody. Lock in. We've got Dylan Wilcoxon coming up in the next heat. And he's taking on Team Japan. They're all over the place. Sentaro Sakai, Sho Shirai, and Reiha Onoi. and Dylan Wilcoxon. That's our next matchup. Kenshin, Kieran, Philip and Ricky in Heat 4. So Daiwako is going to be on duties today. They're everywhere. Team Japan, 9 of them.
Yep, it's big day of competition. So just taking a look at the names here, Nathan Johannes is a surfer from Bali. Spends a lot of time in Canggu. I see him and his dad there a lot. He's a young man. I don't think he got a spot into the QS, but I'm not too sure. He's surfing the Pro Juniors now, rides for Billabong, and has the surfing dream, of course, and these Pro Juniors coming to Indonesia, giving these young competitors the opportunity to it's like a stepping stone onto the big stage, and they all want a chance to surf into the World Junior Champs and kind of follow Bronson's footsteps and maybe get a title.
So that's what Bronson did last year. He won down in Krui. He came to all these events. He went to all the ones in Japan. I think he won back-to-back events up there as a Pro Junior to book himself a spot in the big show, the ISA World Titles, and went there and nailed it. And now Indonesia has their first ever World Champion. His name is Bronson Mady, just over 21 years of age and out of Lakey originally. So he's over there on duties now on the next level of pro surfing, being the Challenger Series. And I think that kicks off in the next couple of days. So for all the crew at Bolito, if you're tuning in, and missing a lot of those faces here. Obviously, Bronson was a big performer out in front. Same with a lot of the other lads, a lot of the Aussies. And yeah, they're waiting their opportunity, doing it in a whole different sort of arena with a steamer on, cold water, a bit of a beachy sort of setup there. So we're just having a look at the best points now. This is Teddy Billy's 517. First wave happened pretty early in the piece. He sat there for a long time without blinking at another wave. Yuma opened with a 6. Look at this thing, dreamy surface now for Yuma.
Yeah, so just that one turn, but big blast off the top here. Very critical section. He was really liking it. Bit of a claim there.
Why not?
Yeah.
All right, so maybe we've got some highlights to have a little look at. Maybe the last couple of days, I think there was a pretty good package to show us exactly how we got to this point. Yesterday morning, I don't imagine there'd be too many highlights coming out of yesterday morning, but maybe the day before was pretty good. I think day 4 was our barreling day. Went pretty nuts out in front. We had a golden day on day 4. Seems like such a long time ago, but that was a bonus day. Weren't expecting much swell that day, and it just ramped up, went nuts, and got all our killer clips. Yep.
But back to today. This is the finals day. We're gonna be seeing in Heat 3 of the quarterfinals. We will be seeing Sentaro Sakai, Sho Shirai, Dylan Wilcoxon, and Raiha Ono in the Heat 3 of the quarterfinals. Heat 4 quarterfinals, Kenshin Matsunaga, Kiran Vit, Philip Duke, and Riki Tomoshige. We'll be heading straight to the women's semis, where we'll see Sumomo Sato, Kia Hewer, Hinano Shimizu, and Ora Zeppelin. And in the semi 2, Jasmine Studer, Hannah Suri-Jabrik, Hinata Shimizu, and Imari Hearn. So a pretty good day of competition.
Wow.
And waves are nice. It's glassy, smaller.
They're a bit short supply at the moment. What have we had? 6 waves caught. Green's the only one with multiple rides. He's the local. He's investigating pretty deep. Surely this is a wave, and it's looking like Nathan Johannes. Super slick. He surfed the first heat of the men's round way back yesterday morning when it was pretty junky, and we commented just how cruisy and his style was and how much flow he carried through all the dead sections yesterday. And that's right on display there. So where is he sitting in 4th? Already packing a 3.50. That'll take him into 2nd. Might even have a look at the lead with this next number.
So you know this wave well, Mark, and we've already reached the peak of high tide around maybe 2 hours ago. Do you think we'll be seeing an improvement in conditions with the lower tide?
Yeah, that'd be nice. It'd be nice to see it suck in a little bit more swell, because we know it's out there. Reports up and down the Sumatran coast is that it's big in the southern end. There's plenty of swell. forecast to roll in. This is Nathan's last wave. It does take him into the lead. Drops in at a 4.27. So, yeah, just a slick surface out there, the Indo Glass we've come to love. Yeah, I think the tide generally does it favours. And if it's a really weak swell, though, it can sort of affect the consistency. So we're just hoping that doesn't take effect. We're hoping that it sort of sucks in a little bit more like we've seen on some of the other days throughout the QS 6000. Yeah, that'd be nice because we've got the conditions. We should wrap it up today around about lunchtime or just prior. So we don't have a huge program, but we're going to crown champions, Pro Juniors. How good.
Yep, and we're going to be wrapping up a big Indonesian leg. We started off at Krui in South Sumatra on the mainland. We had the Pro Juniors hit the water first, and we had the champions there. For the men's side was Iko Watanabe, and for the women's it was Miraya Keda taking the win. We went straight into the Krui Pro. There it was Reef Hazelwood, and on the women's side it was Anon Matsuoka taking the win on that side. Got into the car, 6-hour drive.
Oh my God.
Couple flights later, another 3 hours, made it here to Nias, where 2 days ago it was Dylan Wilcoxon, and for the women's side,
Lucy
Dara taking the win. And today, wrapping it all up, the Nias Pro Junior men's and women's will be crowned this afternoon. Long leg, I think 3 weeks on the road.
Pretty much, yeah. 2 8-day events with 2 days in between. Obviously, arriving early at each location, so it's turned into probably a 3-weeker. And finals day, it's been mass evacuations all this week as people pack their board bags and try and get the small airlines out of here. Boards can be a little bit of an issue when you've got so many people at the airport. So people trying to beat the rush. So it's kind of working in my favour because I'm not going anywhere for a little while. Be happy to sit here. All right, so a couple of little waves went down. We can see Yuma's regained the lead. He's got the best number and backed it up with a 1-hit 2-point ride. Nathan has crept into second and is holding on to that off the strength of a couple of reasonable numbers. Teddy hasn't done anything since for about 20 minutes. He's sat there and he's on lock. He's got priority, so he'll know what it takes. Only needing a 2-6. Going to have to pull the trigger at some point and at least surf his way in. And Rufflin Wau, just a 3. So he's better than what he's shown in this heat. He's still got time. If he puts together a high 4, which isn't a big ask, if he can put that together, he'll move up. More importantly, it's a really low wave count here. 4 waves for green, 3 for blue. The required 2 for red, but Teddy's still sitting in a pretty good spot with that 5.17.
Yep, he is, and with priority and just 3 minutes left, he does need to get one more wave. 2.60 is not a big requirement. Yuma Nagasawa backed up that 6 with the 2 while we were just having a quick chat here. So smart surfing, but he knows that Nathan Johannes, a 3.74 is his requirement, so that's not a big ask from him.
Here he goes. 4th priority. No, he gives it up to the local. So Rufflin, he's got a pretty good wall ahead of him. That's one of his better moves, but his back foot stretches out off the board. Just about does the splits and getting straight out. So a real wasted opportunity here. 5 waves. He's had a bunch of falls. 3 points as your best effort. Geez, he could have really capitalised there. That thing was looking pretty decent. So Teddy has been the most patient person in the world, sitting there for more than 20 minutes without looking at another wave. This little west swell, things have changed out there in the lineup. It's moving around a bit more off the peak. But this is Rufflin. He's regained his composure. Whoops.
Oh, take it for the air. He doesn't need a big score, 4.77 for now, because Nathan Johannes and Teddy Billy haven't upgraded their scoreline just yet. With just under 2 minutes, I think pressure's starting to build maybe for Teddy. 260 is not a big requirement, but today it's pretty low scoring. So he's going to have to start activating a little more here.
There's waves rolling through that. All right, so Nathan decided he can have a swing at a 3.74 and potentially win this heat. Second section, pretty good connection, but he throws it away. Board goes the opposite direction to his body weight. Nice wave approaching now. Teddy is in the chute. Here we go, G.
Yep, so 260 is Teddy's requirement. A good-looking wave here. Big first blast there. Gets around this section. He's going to want to back this turn up. Bit of a sleepier section here, but does some nice turns to just give some variety. That was a good first turn, but right behind Yunma Nagasawa also blasts a lift off the top there and does it again for a second time. This wave looking like it might give him a little bit more to work with on the inside. Fumbles a little bit there on the Y wash. He's feeling it.
Yep.
40 seconds left behind. Raflin, wow.
All right, so let's see what the young fella can finish off with here. 30 seconds to go. This is wave number 7. So he's tried a lot of different things in this heat. Not a lot of it's really stuck. That's probably... He just keeps falling. He's just probably super nervous. It's a big-time quarterfinal. I think the moment's got to him a little bit there, and he generally just sticks to his board and surfs his wave really, really well. So it hasn't worked perfectly there for Flynn. Teddy will move up. Nathan will drop out. Yuma will probably, he's got a good score to come. A couple of big blasts there. Teddy's next number will be pretty good as well, but I think Yuma to take the win. We'll just hang in there, get these numbers.
Yep, we're waiting for, I think, potentially 2 best scores of this heat to come through for white and red. Yuma, 2 big turns out the back. Here's the replay. This is the last of Nathan Johannes. Comes in at a 2.50, so unfortunately doesn't go into his top 2. There he falls off, unfortunately. This is the last of Teddy.
All right, so it was a big blast to kick things off. That was pretty sick. He had to make it. He did, so he would have rolled into the 2.6 already. Got a little bit going on out wide, although the wave didn't steepen up again for him, unlike Yuma, who, when we see the Bonsai replay of Yuma's wave, a couple of big sections. Here it is, G.
Yeah, so this is Yuma. He currently had the best wave of the heat, a 6. So nice first turn here. Sets it up against a second one. So he needs a 5 to get past Billy. Last of Teddy goes into a 5.83. So he's currently in first. We're waiting for one more score of Yuma Nagasawa to come in. So it was that one big turn of Teddy's compared to Yuma's 2 turn combo. This is the last of Raiha Onu. So it's looking like Teddy got the win on that one. Yuma Nagasawa came in second. So congratulations to those 2 guys. And we'll see you guys after this quick break.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, aircorn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
Welcome back. This is the last day of Nias Pro and finals day for Pro Junior. We are now into men's quarterfinals. Heat number 3. We have interesting heat. Sensei Sakai in red, Shoshirai in blue, Dylan Wilcoxon in white, and Raiha Ono in green. I'm Daiwako here in the booth with True. How are you this morning?
I'm doing really well, Di. It's finals day. We just had a finals day like literally 48 hours ago, and we're back into another one. It's
Not
so
a finals day, and this is like literally the last day of the event. So we're gonna be seeing two champions today,
great. Mhm.
and but in this heat we have Dylan Wilcoxon, who took out the QS 6000 men's division, Nias Pro. So this is gonna be a interesting heat. And in the last heat, so Teddy Billy got first place. He made it to semifinals in the QS 6000
Yeah.
as well. So definitely kind of Indonesian storms coming.
Yeah. They're just showing up and blowing up for sure in the Nias Pro Junior, and I know that they're all hoping to just complete or get a really good campaign to qualify for the WSL World Juniors. And Dylan Wilcoxon, he's, as you mentioned, just come off a win at the Nias Pro QS 6000, which is pretty insane. And starting off with a 0.5 in this heat, he's taking on Santaro Sakai, Shoshirai, and also Raiha Onu. This is a really big heat, Di.
Definitely. Everybody just trying to get a great points for their ranking, and they are just aiming for the World Pro Junior and just following the Bronson ladies step. And actually, if you're winning the World Pro Junior, you get a lot of bonus other than just prize money, and you probably get wild card for the CS tour for a year.
Yeah.
And possibly for the CT tour as well. For the some of the
yes,
events.
yes. You're correct. Sorry. Yeah, because we saw Bronson in the Abu Dhabi wave pool as well.
And as we have a little bit of a break in action, we are going to head over to Giara with the last heat winner, Teddy Billy.
All right, I'm here with Teddy. Congratulations. Pretty close heat, only 2 waves ridden, but you managed to take the win. How are the conditions out there and how are you feeling?
It's still good. Waves are 2 or 3 foot, pretty good, glassy. Happy to make the heat. Felt good out there, but a bit nervous, only getting 2 waves in 25 minutes.
The conditions changed quite a bit. Have you changed your board up a little bit, or are you sticking to the same old?
Same old board, goes good in everything. Fever, 6-0, Channel Islands, feels like magic.
All right, I'll keep this short because I know you have another heat coming up soon. Is there anything you'd like to say to friends and family back at home?
Yeah, my mom, dad, sister, I love you, and let's keep it going. Next one, semis, let's go.
Maybe catch a couple more waves in the next one. Here is your bang bang, and back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Giara and Teddy. So he's coming up in a couple of heats actually. So we are now into heat number 3 of men's quarterfinals, and next heat will be the last of quarterfinals for men's, and we are straight into women's semifinals. Number 1, we have Satos Momo, Kia Hua, Hinano Shimizu, and Aura Zeflin in the first heat, and then we have Jasmine Stura, Hanasuri Jablik, Hinata Shimizu, Mary Hearn in the semifinal heat number 2.
Wow. Big semifinals for the women. And Hinata and Hinano are sisters?
Twin sisters.
Twin sisters.
Yes.
Wow. It is so cool to be surfing with your sisters. I hope they meet each other in the final.
That'd be great. But it's kind of hard to tell
who's
who because they are really twin.
Really, like
Yeah.
identical.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I'm still struggling to get to know who's who, but
Mm,
eventually I will make sure
Yeah.
who's who.
you know. Well, Dylan up and riding again on another one. He's just laying into his rail here. You can see he's eyeing something a little bit further down the line. Drives through another carve. Fortunately, that wave doesn't stand up.
Right.
Maybe like he was hoping.
The condition has been improving compared to yesterday.
Yeah.
We don't have the onshore wind we had yesterday, glacier, but I think also we have the different direction of the swells, so that causes a little bit of like a wide section ahead of them, and there's not much walls actually providing for them. But as the tide's going out, probably see more improving condition through the afternoon. But here is 酒井選手、2本目のライディングになります。ここはこけてしまいますが、このヒートには3名の日本人の選手がクレジットされています。レッドに酒井健太郎選手、そして今映っているのがグリーン、小野選手、1本目のライディング、1発目、綺麗に決めてきます。そしてこれは2発が入るいい波になってきました。2発のライディングでここの演技を終えます。そしてブルーには白井翔選手、現在ファーストプライオリティを持っているところ、17分20秒です。Well, that's great surfing from Raiha. He didn't push too much, too hard, so he just surfed it really safely.
Yeah.
But definitely he wanted to have one good score to start with, so that was great smart surfing from Raiha. So comes in at a 3.33. Not a bad way to start his campaign.
Yeah, I think for Raiha, we saw him have a good heat yesterday with Philip Duke. We'll have a look at this replay. You can see he just loads up off the bottom. That was a nice first turn. Gets a better connection there. Driving through just to kick out of that one. I mean, 2 quick turns for Raiha. We know that he can bring a little bit more to the table, but I think because it seems a little bit slow and the smaller scores are locked in, I like his approach in this heat to just catch a few waves.
Definitely smart decision from Raiha now. So now Show has first priority. Been waiting for quite a long time. 10 minutes in this heat. Dylan's getting 3 waves so far, but not the major scores in this heat so far. Little bit of a slow heat.
Yeah, looks like
酒井選手3本目のライディング、これはサイズのある波になってきました。一発目綺麗にここも決めてきて、ボトムターンの角度を変えて、これは綺麗なレイバック、カービングレイバックターンでしょうか。いいスコアになってきそうです。ここはしっかりと丁寧にインサイドまでつなげてきます。そして後ろでは白井選手の1本目、これはいい波になってきました。テイクオフから見れていないので、多分沖でも一発入っていったように見えました。これは、レッド、ブルーともにいいライディングになってきそうです。Interesting exchange in between red and blue. I think Shoshirai had a lot of damage at the back. We missed the first bit on screen.
Yeah, I hope he got another turn in prior to that because would have been a really good wave. Show, I remember he was such a standout over in Krui.
Right.
He was such a force over there for sure. It was really incredible to watch him just attack each heat. This is that first of Sentaro Sakai. Strong first turn connection. You can see a readjust there to get a better second turn in there. The fins kind of skid out and he holds on really well. Driving through that third turn and we can just see him kind of just adding a few more points to the scoreboard. It locks in at a 5. This is his first wave. Strong first turn connection. Tags it for that second turn. That's a really strong second turn there. That's what the judges are looking for. It's going to set him aside. It's a 4.17. It locks in for show.
A great start from Shoshirai. Nice, two-turn combo. But last wave for Sentaro comes in at a 5.17. So now Sentaro has 5.17 and 0.57. So probably we don't, everyone doesn't have a second wave yet. With John Wilcoxon kind of struggling to get decent score so far.
Yeah, he's had 3 waves already, or none of them breaking that 2 range. We know he's had success here, so hopefully he can find one, but it's show he kind of looks like he's surrounded by the Japanese force right now, sitting in the middle of them all. And yeah, Raiha needs a very small score to move up into second, but I think he's hoping to break that 5 range. Raiha had a great heat yesterday. It took him a little while to start as well,
Right.
but he did good to kind of progress through and just take to the air as well. Yeah, you could see the passion coming from him in his heat yesterday. For sure.
残り時間が13分を切ったところですが、レッドの3本目のライディングに 5.17 がつき、現在第1位のポジションです。そしてブルーの1本目のライディングが 4.17 第2位のポジションですが、現在バックアップの波が誰もまだキャッチしていないところなので、今後シチュエーション変わってくるでしょう。そしてスクリーンでは酒井選手、ここでしっかりとその差を広げていきたいところ、小さめの波ですが、コンパクトに2ターン決めてきました。Smart surfing from Central Sakai. He's just trying to get it back up to put more pressure on 3 surfers. It's not gonna be a huge score, but definitely help him to extend his lead. So 2.5 for the last of red. Now he extends his lead. Show now needs 3.51 to go into first with like 11 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Not big scores locked in just yet. I mean, the 517 of Centauro was a really great wave. But that's, the best wave of the heat so far. And with the standards of the surfers in this heat, I thought we were going to see it be a little bit more. Obviously, it's not as big as, I guess, what we were expecting it to be yesterday, but still super clean and way better conditions. That was a really nice first turn for Centauro. Gets that second one in. It was a 2.5, and I liked that he just took this wave and was like, I'm just going to try and get a backup. I thought it was really smart heat surfing for sure.
Definitely smart surfing, smart decision from Central Sakai. So yeah, it's kind of really slow heat compared to the other 2 heats from this morning. But Central Sakai is having a look at this one. 白井選手、2本目のライディングになります。さあ、一発目、しっかりフィンを抜いて、少しテールスライド気味にターンを入れてきたところでカットバック。そしてこのターンは、この波の演技を終えます。波が小さい波だと少しインサイドで緩慢になって割れづらくなってくるような印象です。Well, again, shows trying to just get a backup score to extend his lead over, green and white. It was a smaller size waves. It wasn't, not offering too much for him. So comes in 2.03. But, enough to extend his lead. Now Raiha needs 2.88. Dylan needs 4.37. So not the big score for both requirements.
Dylan's been waiting for about 10 minutes for his wave. So hopefully one comes through. We saw Show. I love how Show and Centauro are just catching heaps of waves.
ブルー、ここは大きなフローターターンで前に抜けてこれるか。スープへのアクションでここは引っかかってしまいました。3.51 以上出すと第1位のポジションへ上がってきます。積極的に攻めてくるのは酒井選手。こちらがもうすでに5本目のライディング、小さめのサイズながら1ターン、2ターンと入れてきて、ここは丁寧にインサイドまでつなげてきそうです。ここがうまくつながるともう一発大きなセクションが入ってくるんですが、この波はどうでしょうか。ここでキックアウト。
That was a well-surfed wave. I liked it. From Centauro, I thought he did well. And both him and Show, they're just catching heaps of waves, building their house. I think it's a really smart heat strategy for right now. It's obviously a little bit slow with those sets. And we'll wait for these scores to come through for Show and Centauro. We'll probably see them both over in Korea for the next QS 6000 in a couple of weeks, starting on the 18th of July.
Definitely. That's going to be an exciting event again at a wave pool. We had a great time last time we were there.
Do you know what I was doing this morning? I was flipping through my camera roll,
Oh,
going back to Korea,
Right.
and I clicked on this a video of you in the snow,
Snow.
and it was all over your hat, and all it was so cool. Yeah, wow.
it was crazy to have snowing contest.
Yeah, at a wave pool,
Yeah.
it was bizarre. But it's not going to be snowing this year. It's going to be pretty hot, I believe. So yeah, we're seeing a different season in Korea. Second time that we'll be going there. But these are the last few replays. Last of Sentaro at 2.53. Just into his top two. Last wave of show with 307. This is Sentaro's 253. He's just
He's done really well. This wave actually comes in at 253, so extend his lead slightly. Shirai's previous wave comes in at 3.07. He's extending his lead. So both red and blue having a smart hit so far. So it's now Raiha and Dylan been waiting for the next second wave for quite a long time.
Yeah, I feel like the last few heats that I've seen Raiha have, he's obviously, he's been progressing and doing really well, but I feel like I haven't really seen him get out of second gear yet.
True. But on screens, レッド、これはいい波になってきました。すでに6本目のライディングになっていますが、大きなカービングターン、そしてもうワンターンを入れてきて、インサイドのセクション、ここでも一発入れてきた。これは確実に 2.53 というバックアップを超えてきそうです。
Or Dylan Wilcoxon out behind, driving through another nice carve. Leaning on rail, you can see the flow that he's got right now. He's got a really great section there, just driving through that cutback. Unfortunately, doesn't quite complete it.
グリーン、小野選手、2本目のライディング、一発目大きなターンを入れて、スープへのアクション。そしてここは大きなカットバックでパワーゾーンに戻ります。これはもう一発入ってきそうです。さあ、ここはしっかりと少しバランスを崩しながらもリカバリーして前に出てきました。Well, great surfing from both Dylan and Raiha. We missed the first bit of the Dylan's last wave, but pretty sure he's done a lot of job at the back. And on the last of Raiha's great surfing and a little bit fumble moment there, but managed to put couple turns in, so it's going to be an interesting exchange between green and white.
Yeah, this is Dylan's last wave. It's going to be his best. Off the bottom, straight up into the lip. Good first turn, and this is where we caught up with him. Slides the fins a little bit. Leans into his rail once again. He stays close to the pocket until he identifies his section, and that was really strong, but wow, it's just this little incomplete that might cause a little bit of havoc. That last wave of Sentaro was a 3.4, and Raiha, that was a really strong first turn. We catch up with him here, quick float, and driving through another carve. You can see maybe a little bit of nerves on this wave. He waited a long time for it, and wow, he did really well to complete that one. I thought he'd fell off, so great wave there from Raiha.
白井選手、このライディングで 4.41 を出すと第1位のポジションへ上がってきます。まず一発大きなターンを入れてきて、ここは丁寧にインサイドまでつなげていきそうです。ここはうまくレールターンでつなげて、この出てきたセクションどうでしょうか。一発入れられるか。ここは波が緩慢になってしまったようです。残り時間4分10秒。現在、ブルーは第2位のポジションですが、グリーン、ホワイトのラストスコアは今集計中です。これによりシチュエーションが変わるのか、その差を縮めてくるのか。
Got scores to come through for Sho, Raiha, and Dylan. Sentaro currently out in front with that 5.17 and a 3.4. We got just about 3.5 minutes to go, a little bit over. And it's these scores that are super important, Di, for Raiha and Dylan, because it could get them back into this heat.
Well, yeah, definitely. And definitely the both waves will be the best for all the for both of them. And the last wave for Dylan comes in 5.33, so turning to the best heat score. And he's up and riding again. Nice first down. A lot of sprays, a lot of power. a nice floater section and wraps it around and gets another turn in. Unfortunately, comes unstuck, but at the back. 酒井選手、さあこの波、いい波になってきそうです。一発目、スラッシュターン、そしてセクションを越えて、少しカンマなセクションもカットバックで入れてきますが、ここでプルアウト。
Wow.
Wow, so Dylan only needs 1.94. Definitely, he's done the job.
Yeah, I think so. We still have Raiha's score as well to lock in. Now another score for Dylan, scores for Sho and Centauro with 2.5 minutes to go. It's going to be really, really close, Di. So what a nail-biter finish in this heat.
Right, again, last 5 minutes, a lot of actions and a lot of situation change.
This is that replay of that last wave of Dylan's. It's a really clean face, a clean wave. Gets that strong first turn. It's definitely going to be the 191 he needs. Tags it for a second one, kicks the fins out. That board is looking really smooth on rail. He's chasing a score. Unfortunately coming unstuck on that last turn, but did a fair bit of damage. And then Centauro's last wave as well on the ants back. He's trying to better a 3.4. Strong first turn. Just kicks it there. And you can see he's just driving through a nice carve. He's super smooth on rail. Unfortunately, that wave doesn't offer too much more. So these last few scores for all surfers that are going to be really, really important with a minute and a half to go. You'd have to think Raiha, he's sitting at third, waiting on a score. You'd have to think that he's looking to get another wave to just at least better a 3.33.
Right. Definitely he wants to get another one, but he is having a look at this wave. グリーン、小野選手、3本目のライディング、一発目綺麗なターンを入れてきますが、ここは珍しく上で引っかかってしまったようです。グリーン、ラストスコアで 4.93 をスコアし、第2位のポジションへ上がってきます。そして、レッド、アップ、ここはしっかりとその差を広げていきたい。一発目大きなターン、2発目もスープへいいターンを入れてきました。これはインサイドまでつなげていくようです。しっかりとパワーゾーンをキープしながらスピードを殺さずにつなげていきますが、ここでプルアウト。So a lot of wave have been ridden in the last minute.
Wow.
And that
Oh my goodness.
白井選手 4.10 を出して逆転していきたいところ、これは大きなフローターターンになりました。ここでプルアウトです。So with the last 20 seconds to go in this heat, so many waves have been ridden. So we are still waiting for all the scores locked in. But that was really unfortunate for Raiha, the last wave.
Yeah, it was looking like it could have been a good wave. It was a nice strong first turn, just getting hung up. Wow. So unlucky for Raiha. He got that 4.93, a 3.33 on his first wave, but we're still waiting on scores for Centauro, Sho, and Dylan. Dylan only needs a 2.93. You'd have to think he gets that on his last wave. It's a 2.67 for previous to last of Shows. He still has another score to come through. Quarterfinal number 4, Kenshin Matsunaga, Kiran Vitt, Philip Duke, and Ricky Tomoshige are going to be waiting out there. And this is that last wave of Centauro's. A couple of really strong turns. Love his style, driving through that carve, just really pushing off that back foot. He's looking to better a 3.4 to solidify first place, but there is so many scores to come through. This last wave of Dylan's, 4.8 locks in. He goes to first place. So this, I think, is
the last wave from Dylan. Take it to the air, but
okay. So Dylan's scores are locked in. It's this last one of Sho and another of Centauro to lock in. Big turn there for Sho Shirai. Just the one top combination. He's in fourth. Needs a 4.41 to go to second. Centauro's last wave is a 2.97. He has another score to come through it as well. Oh my goodness. There's so many scores to lock in for, well, there's two. Centauro and Sho.
But it looks like Dylan is sitting in first place safely.
Yeah.
It's kind of safe to say he is going to go into the semifinals, but it's battling between red and blue. So we are still waiting for the last of blue. Hitting 4.41 with a big one floater.
What do you think, Di?
I don't think it'll be a requirement because kind of when you need mid fours, then probably you need to put two good turns in order to get mid fours. So not too sure, and we are still waiting for the last wave to lock in.
Wow, still waiting on these scores. Centauro also has a score to lock in as well. It looks like it's a 4.13. Goes into the top two. Shoshirai now chasing a 5.14. Wow. Unfortunately, Raiha has no more scores to lock in, so he'll be bowing out. Last wave of show, a 3.33 does not go. Goes into the top two, but it's not the score, Di.
So it's Dylan and Centauro going to Senos, and we'll be going to quick break, and we'll be right back in the quarterfinals men's heat number 4 right after the break.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Welcome back to the Nias Pro Junior. It's finals day here, and we are going to lock in our last two semi-finalists for the men. It's quarterfinal number 4 out there. Kenshin Matsunaga taking on Kieran Vitt, Philip Duke, and Ricky Tomoshige. I'm True Starling, and joining me in the booth this morning for the first time is Mark Clift. Good morning.
Hey, good day. Finals day. Here we go, day 8. Boom.
Bring it on.
Quarterfinal number 4, everybody. Kenshin Matsunaga. He's probably the biggest dude in the draw, and he's there in red. Kieran Vitt representing the USA in blue. Philip the Duke out of Bali. He's there in white. And Ricky is the surfer in green. So you can see the lad sitting there. Everybody's kind of well measured. There was a lot of waves caught in that heat, but there was only so many really good ones, and it all went down and unfolded right towards the back end, yeah?
Yeah, literally in the last 5 minutes of that heat, it was pretty crazy how much it just fired up, and it was slow at the start. Dylan didn't really get his best 2 waves until about 4 minutes to go.
I know.
It was crazy.
There were some nervous parents down there and friends, but here goes the Duke. Well, Philip likes to stay busy in heats. He does a lot of surfing. He's got a lot of tricks. A nice stab in the pocket there to kick things off, but it's all he gets. Still super smooth surface on the waves. True, I did have a look out the back. I've noticed there's some little creases just sort of beyond the surface. Not much. It's not like a big onshore, but that it's starting to change a little bit out the back of the bay. All right, okay. So I think at some point it might make its way in here, but I think the wind was forecast to go onshore at some point this morning. But meanwhile, men's quarterfinals have been rolled out in dreamy conditions.
Yeah, it's so clean. And there's some great opportunities out there. And this first wave of Philip Duke was a nice way to start this heat. He's such an attack surfer, kicks his tail and just pulls through the back. Unfortunately, just the one turner, but it was a good turn. He's such a strong young surfer, Philip Duke, a 2.67 for his first wave. Someone who did really well, pretty much had a 4-minute heat, was Dylan Wilcoxon. He's down there with Di.
Well, another slow heat this morning, but now how is the condition?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's clean, but I think there's like a west swell in the water or something, so it's breaking a little bit wide, so it's a little harder to surf, but I'm stoked to make my heat. I made a couple mistakes, but yeah, stoked to make my heat. Can't wait for the next heat.
You waited for a long time, actually, to get one one good wave. But what was going through your head while you were waiting?
I hope there's a wave. I shouldn't have milked that one in the end. I should have just waited, held my priority. But yeah, stoked to make my heat.
Right. So you're gonna be into semifinals and you're surfing soon. But how you gonna spend in between?
Probably just watch a couple more heats, go home, reset a little bit, and come back and then do the semis.
Probably all the crews from Kendui will is watching your heat. So maybe you're gonna say shout out to them, or would you like to say something to them?
Yeah, thank you to everyone here that's supporting me and everyone Kandui, my mom in Bali. And yeah, super stoked. Thank you.
All right, good luck in the next heat. And this is another Bang Bang again.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
He must be full of bang bangs by now.
Going to say, I wonder how many he's collected this week. It's just been handing them over every time the guy surfs. So he's on a tear again. The Dylan Wilcoxon juggernaut just continues to win heats, and I like what he said, that he knows he made a couple of mistakes and he's happy to lock those little cues in for his next time he goes out. And he will be up in a big semi-final a little bit later on. But we've got to complete our semi-finals here first. That's what it's all about. The Dukes open with the better number. Still nothing much they'd really want to be carrying over into the end of this heat. So plenty of work to be done. And on the ladies' side of the draw, we've got some big semis coming up. I was going to ask you,
Yes.
if you have a look at it and you could pick a name out of those 8, which way would you lean?
Oh my goodness, Mark.
I know, I put you on the spot. I should have given you some warning, but
No, I love it. You got to keep me guessing every now and then. Okay. Well, let's break it down. Semi-final number 1, we have Sumomo Sato, Kia Hua, Hinano Shimizu, and Aura or Alan Zeflin. Out of that semi-final, I'm going to go with Sumomo. Semi-final 2 is Jasmine Studer, Hanasuri Jabrick, Hinata Shimizu, and Imari Hearn. I'm going to go with Jasmine Studer. Between Jazz and Sumomo, if they were to make the final.
look at your brain ticking over.
Yeah, my brain's really working. Giada and I actually had bets on a cookie of Casabebas of who was going to win the QS, and I said Dylan. I thought Dylan was going to win. But this is Ricky Tomashiga in his first wave, gets a couple of good backhand turns in before finishing this one off on the inside. It just keeps growing for him, really, unfortunately catching the rail, but Ricky locks in his first good score. We were having a chat and I was like, I think whoever wins the first semi is going to win the final for the men.
All right.
But for the women, we'll get back to it because this is Kieran Vitt.
Yep,
Good wave.
Sorry, Kieran. He served pretty well yesterday to get to this point. Now, remember, he got the best wave in his matchup and did a big, strong backhand blast. The goofies have been looking pretty good and tight in the pocket. I don't know. I think Jazz can maybe just snaffle a couple of clean things. She's been doing kind of Charlie Haitley things and just looking like, that top to bottom blasting. It's her strength, and she's into it. She knows this is a big opportunity today. So for me, I'm just going to, I'd love to see it. So I'm just going to throw that out there and go, good luck today, Jazz.
Okay. Well, then I think I'm going to go with Sumomo.
All right.
Only because just to mix it up so that we don't have the same and that,
All right.
we'll see. Who knows? But the women's semi is going to be pretty crazy. I know that, Sumomo's a good surfer. Jazz's backhand, I do love watching her backhand though. Oh, I'm excited.
So, let's have a look at the Duke. There's a smaller wave, but he gives it a real high-speed belt to kick things off, bust the fins out. Probably needed to just, maybe maintain, and waves are in short order, and there's no big numbers. Probably would have been a higher percentage play to finish that wave and get some better runs on the board. So just having a look at that draw as well, how many Japanese ladies are we left out of the 8?
3.
Well, okay.
We have 4 Indonesians.
Yep. All right, that's a good representation.
Imari representing Great Britain, but obviously living in Bali.
Yep. Men's side, there was 9 out of the 16 Team Japan today, so big numbers. Here's this wave for Philip. He kicked it off pretty well and then just got a little bit excited there. We know he can do a bit of everything, but probably time for someone to step up. He's got a 3-2, so, with 10 minutes off the clock, that's surprisingly the biggest score in this matchup. So I think it's, again, it's going to be a bit of a flurry towards the end. Everybody just feeling it out a little bit here and no one kind of capitalising. In fact, Kenshin hasn't even budged, the big fella out there.
Yep.
So I reckon at the back end of this, they'll put their business heads on and go, righto, time to finish, time to connect and flick off in the channel.
Yeah, for sure. And that's, we saw that happen in the last heat. Santaro and Shoshirai were going back to back, just catching heaps of waves, gaining momentum. It was Dylan and Raiha that were just patient. It really paid off for Dylan, didn't pay off for Raiha, and then that catching wave momentum paid off for Santaro getting second. Unfortunately, his waves are just a little bit on the smaller side.
All right, so we'll just stay with this. There may be a little bump coming through. Otherwise, we might have a look at some highlights of yesterday, the Pro Juniors, just to get us familiar with how they all got here yesterday. So, yeah, they're looking like there's not much action out the back, so maybe we can throw to yesterday's highlights.
Welcome to day 7, I believe it is. It's been a long week, but here we are, first day of the juniors. We are going to start shortly with the Pro Junior men's round of 40. I think there's 4 heats of those. We're crossing over briefly to the women's, then back to the round of 32 of the men's, day 7 of the Nias Pro.
Righto, so that was a nice little mash-up of yesterday's stuff. There was a lot of airs going on. It cleaned up as the morning went on. It did start off really scrappy first thing with the storm that hit in the middle of the evening.
Yeah.
Much cleaner surface here today, but what I was saying earlier about
I see
texture,
what you're saying.
Here comes a little line now, just starting to present itself. So that was lurking around out the back just moments ago. It's looking like maybe some of the glossier, cleaner stuff has come and gone. But I believe it's not forecast to get heavy today anyway. It's just forecast to be there.
Yeah. So not as
nothing like yesterday.
Okay, great. That's good. I mean, I sometimes actually don't mind surfing with a little bit of texture in the waves. I find that it sometimes, I don't know, lifts it up a little bit or creates a little bit more of a face to hit. Especially, I mean, back at Oz, it definitely helps out a lot. But here, I guess sometimes the wind isn't really that good, right?
It's never that strong up here, though. It's like, being in the doldrums, 1 degree north of the equator is where we're located. So winds don't particularly blow up, Coming from WA, the windiest place in the world, it's always, if it's not 20 knots, it's 30 knots, in either direction. So this is just, it's what people love about, and one of the good things people love about Indonesia is the Indo glass. It's kind of almost always there.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible, right? And we've just been so lucky this whole event with just waves on waves on waves every day. It's been so awesome. We had a short day yesterday, Mark. Did you get surfing?
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
snuck straight out and got a quick one before the masses realised the event's over. And it's actually, I think some of the bigger waves of the day came through that back half of the afternoon. It was pretty pretty respectable. So when
Yep.
you see those little windows, you can't just and ah and go, I'll just order food. I'll have something to eat first. No, you've got to
gotta
just
get
grab your
out there.
board and do it. So in this heat now, grabbing wave and starting to do it. This is Ricky. Could have a bit of a grower here, but he's pretty deep and late. He's going to get around this thing. So this is good news for the surfer in green.
Mm-hmm.
Got a second section there. And out he goes. All right, so that was a pretty useful wave there, third right. And I also saw Kenshin Budgeton. I saw the red rashy flying along
Ooh.
the wave behind this one. So let's see. Let's see what he put together.
Yeah, indications of the scores looks like it might have been a fall off for Kenshin. Score to come through for Riki Tomoshige. And yeah, you can start to see that wind creep in a little bit, but there's still plenty of waves coming through. It's the last day here of the Nias Pro Junior and the Nias Pro overall. It's been an incredible week. Day 4 was definitely my highlight, I think. What was yours?
100%. Hands down, the stuff that went on 2 days ago with Dylan Wilcoxon winning was my hugest highlight, and watching Lucy kind of repeat that, youngsters with their first huge victories. Of course, surf-wise, day 4 was golden.
Yes, loved that day.
I'm sure we'll get these replays, and maybe we can even have another squiz at day 4. That would be pretty sick. It was so good. So a nice connection there to kick things off here for Ricky. He did a great job to get around this foam. He's gone into first because the number is in true. And what is it?
Yeah, it's a 4.17 for Ricky. So nice backup there for Riki Tomoshige. Best wave of the heat so far, 4.17 and a 2.73. Philip Duke has a 3.23 and a 2.67. Kiran a 2.23 in his first. He only needs a 3.67. And Kenshin Matsunaga, he's been looking really solid, chasing a 4.97.
All right. So one good wave here could really cement somebody into a semi-final, because super low numbers. Who would have thought, 25 minutes, 15 minutes ago that a 4.17 and a bunch of 2s and 3s would still be highlighted on our screen. So a bit of a sleepy heat. Nobody's really stepped up and nailed, their better surfing. So Ricky kind of got a good wave under the guard then and just did what he had to do. So there's plenty of room for improvement by all surfers, and, a 6 or a 7 somewhere along the line here would just be a huge advantage.
Oh, definitely. It would really just change the tides in this heat for sure. And we're locking in 2 more semi-finalists for the men, and then we've got 8 men left in the draw for the Nias Pro Junior. That first semi-final for the women will see Sumomo Sato, Kia Hua, Hinano Shimizu, and Aura Zeflin. That'll be a really good first semi-final. Sumomo is currently 5th on the Asia Pro Junior rankings at the moment. And then we've got Kia and Alan at 9th. Hinano is sitting at about 13th on those rankings. So important results for these women. But it's these men right now with 8 minutes to go that need to really solidify a semi-final finish for sure.
Yeah, because big ramifications here today for the juniors. If you do place really highly in your region, there's some vacancies up for grabs in the World Junior titles.
Yes.
And we've spoken about this before. We've seen Bronson do it last year, in January actually. So it was just earlier on this year, and he's been everywhere since. He had a good little chat with us down there in Cruy. It was nice of him to open up and tell us how that day panned out and what it's been like since that day. It was pretty good little insight as to how World Title Day finished up for him.
Yeah, it's incredible, and the way that it just panned out was pure magic for Bronson. And so stoked for him. It was great to see him competing in Abu Dhabi as well, and then also getting that wild card onto the Challenger Series after winning the WSL World Juniors. And he's just looking beyond his years at the moment. This is Kiran Vitt though on his backhand. Nice first turn, as you mentioned, Mark. He did a big backhand jam yesterday, getting the biggest score of the heat. And
he's frustrated. He's frustrated. He got one turn in, all right. It was a bit sleepy. So once again, more of the same sort of stuff is starting to look almost same, but not different on the scoreboard. He didn't even get 2 points out of that. So you could see Kieran's little frustration there. He waited a long time. Geez, Ricky's 417 is starting to hold up pretty good in a slack heat here. So
Yeah.
it's these sort of heats where if you didn't have the numbers rolling out and a beach announcer, everybody would feel like they're coming fourth.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah, 100%. And 3.23. This is Philip Duke's best wave. Unfortunately, comes unstuck on that second turn, but it was the right approach. And then the 417 we'll take a look at for Ricky Tomoshige. Nothing, too special. Good first turn though. We just expected more from these competitors. Unfortunately, the waves just have been a little bit sleepy in this one.
And just the little fall-offs and, going for it a bit too much. You've just got to maybe do the higher percentage play sometimes. Here goes Philip now rolling into one out the back. So if I could get in your ear, Philip, finish this thing, tag it again. Here we go, right on cue, wicked. Wrap around Cuddy at a little fumble again out wide, but a couple of decent hits. Is already in second. Might even give him a look at the lead.
Yeah.
So the judges will be waiting for something to happen. They're keen. They always try and open up their scale where possible. So if they see something a little bit different to what else has happened, I'm sure they'd be pretty keen as well to have clear-cut results. It's nothing worse when you're judging than you got locked in the same bracket of scores. It messes with your head and they can be super draining to judge because you're focusing on trying to split hairs and throwing numbers that are different, but it's all looking the same. So I think Philip's wave here was a good choice.
Yeah, a bit of a point of difference as well, like you mentioned, Mark. And I think it might even just be the best wave of the heat, in my opinion. I thought it was two really strong turns. Let's take a look at it again. So drives hard off the bottom. Great first turn connection for Philip Duke. Gets that second one in as well. Two strong snaps. Doesn't finish the carve off, but good amount of work done out the back.
I think he'll go to first here. 368. Right on cue for Philip. So I think requirements might be upgraded by for blue and red in a moment. I think Ricky's second priority. There goes the Duke into the lead. A 4.83 wave of the heat. Good call, true. Almost through 5 points at that. Had he finished his cuddy, it could have been a mid-range 5, but the wave just ran out of power and flow out wide there for the Duke. But good on him. He's probably the youngest dude out there. He's super slender.
Yeah.
And even when he checks into the down here, it's like he just looks like such a pup, He's up against, Kenshin, for God's sake. Right next to him, the man in red, it's David and Goliath right there.
Yeah, for sure. Kenshin in this heat has also been a little bit quiet with 3 and a bit minutes to go, but this last one of Philip Duke at 4.83, we saw him just, he was a bit of a giant killer over in Cruy, for sure. He was just taking down some big names. He was definitely one to watch in that event. So right now he's just keeping that alive. A 4.83, best wave of the heat. 3.23 is his backup. Ricky now chasing a 3.9. Kiran looking for a 4.67. And Kenshin Matsunaga chasing a 5.97. Look at this view.
Okay,
wow.
So this is the view of the bay across from where we're sitting. All right, so that right in the middle of the picture there is the backdrop you see when you get the photos out of and the images of people shooting from the land, shooting this wave, and that's the backdrop. The big left that we see break is just gone off picture, but as it curls around the coastline heading towards Tuluk Dalam, there is another bay right behind this that's almost the same shape.
Wow.
Big U-shaped bay just coming into, it's just behind our scoreboard now.
Oh, yes.
And it's weird, right? Because it's very similar to this. It faces the same direction. You'll see it in a minute, just starting to come into picture now. And you go, well, that has no waves and no one lives there, and it's a sleepy, quiet, poor little bay. And then there it is now coming to picture. And then this one is got a wave, and it's got money. It's got tourists flock here. And you just go, my God, they missed out by such a small margin. If there was a wave or two in that bay, it'd be another one of, these kind of profitable little zones. But there it is right in the background now.
Wow. It's a pretty beautiful sight, isn't it? I mean, some incredible magic spots.
Lots of little nooks and crannies as you
Wow.
get towards Tuluk Dalam. It's great to see these overheads because nobody ever goes in there. You don't go in there and drive around, and I don't think there's much access by road anyway. So realistically, who knows what's going on in those other couple of little bays.
Yeah, maybe some fun waves. Who knows? I mean, big shout out to the drone footage there. That is absolutely magic. Look at that view.
Yeah. And the King's Village up on the hill, we're just about starting to head in that direction off to the left. It's an old culture down here. There's a lot to like. Once you get up to the King's Village, anybody that's ever been there, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a treat yourself moment to go and just step back in time and watch how these crew live and how they've lived forever. It's bizarre when you think of where we come from and what we take for granted, and damn, there's no signal and my TV's gone on the blink or whatever. These people wouldn't even know what you're talking about up there.
Yeah. They're just appreciating what they've got, keeping it simple.
Food in the mouth, family's going all right. So the simple life, 27 seconds. This heat here has been the lowest scoring out of our 3 quarterfinals, but I'm sure it won't bother the Duke too much because he's in first. We've got random left. All right, So Ricky there just surfing his way in. Kieran Vitt, he wanted a left as well. He's a goofy footer.
Yeah.
Pull back.
Goofy goggles. Well, looks like Philip Duke taking the win in this heat. Ricky Tomoshige coming in second. Kieran Vitt in third. And Kenshin Matsunaga just getting the one wave. Coming in fourth, unfortunately. And we will be moving on through to the women's semi-finals. We'll be seeing Sumomo Sato, Kia Hua, Hinano Shimizu, and Aura Zeflin out there. We'll be right back after this quick break.
There's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Duke and Ricky Tomoshige make it through into the men's final. Semi-final, actually, the second semi. And speaking of semi-finals, we are now looking at the ladies in the lineup. We'll just get our screen cleared, but we'll confirm who's actually in this one. Sumomo Sato is out there in the red. Kia Hua is in blue. Hinano Shimizu in white. And Aura Zeflin is in green. So there was a moment there on that little left-hander right at the end, folks, where green stood up and went left, believe it or not, out here at Sorake Beach. And Kit had almost jumped to his feet and he just about went over on top of green. So there was an interference call thrown down late. It's really not going to matter for where Kieran ended up. He was either going to finish third or fourth. Kenshin Matsunaga, as you can see, rode one wave. So our screen is now cleared and we have just started our first women's semi-final, and there might even be a couple of little lines coming through as we speak. Welcome back, Giada Lagarde.
Yep, super excited to see the women back out there. This is the first semi-final. Some ladies still haven't surfed, so seeded round for the girls. Straight to semis. Sumomo Sato, Kia Hua, Hinano Shimizu, and Aura Zeflin, also known as Allen. We'll go straight into Heat 2. We have Jasmine Studer, Suri Jabrik, Hinata Shimizu, and Imari Hearn. So exciting days here in Nias. We'll be wrapping it all up today. This has been a long Indo stunt.
Well, it has been, because rarely do you work 8-day events, and we've had 2 of them with 2 days in between. So effectively, a lot of work time. And as my friends will know at home, I'm not the world's hardest worker. And when you do that many days back to back, especially our first 4 days here were big days. I think we punched out 85 heats in the first 4 days of the Nias Pro. So on the back end of a big day of travelling to get here, it just put us in a really good spot to finish with the better waves. for our men's QS. And now rolling in. It was always going to be these 2 days that were billed for the Pro Juniors, regardless swell-wise, conditions-wise, whatever. It was formatted early, and we're just rolling it out now, day 8. So, interesting little moment there for Kieran Vitt at the back end of that heat to walk away with an interference. Still finished 3rd due to the fact that Kenshin rode one wave, fell off, sat there for the rest of the heat, and just denied any opportunity to show us how good he is. So I'm kind of a bit bummed on that for Kenshin because he's a lovely fella. And the smallest little punk in that heat, Philip the Duke, took it out just with some clever surfing and not a very high total either. I think, what was it, 7 something as his total?
Yeah, 806.
806, there we go. And in the background, there's a lot of this that goes on every day in the afternoon. The boats push off and they go out and they fish and they come back in and they're parked up on the little beach break down there. It's a daily occurrence for these guys. They're probably not even aware of what's going on in the lineup. They probably just see less people out there than normal, and so what to them? It's a whole different world they live in. There is a wave just starting to roll through. We'll stay with this live action because this is white.
Yep, this is Hinano Shimizu now. A little late to the takeoff track. Gets around that section, but gets to the green face. Unfortunately, her rail just digging, and she falls off the back. We'll wait to see if there's anything happening. Otherwise, let's get down to Philip Duke and True Starling.
Thanks, guys. Philip, that was a really tough heat, but you did well.
Oh, yeah, thank you. It was super slow. I couldn't really find the right ones, and then I just put everything together, and I made it.
How did you adjust, I guess, because it was really slow and you just stayed busy, but how did you kind of change that mindset going into the heat?
I sort of watched the heat before it was super slow. So right when I paddled out, all the sets came, so I just thought, let's try to get an early heat start. And then I fell on my second one, and I just somehow found that 4.
You're into the semi-finals. Are you going to kind of keep an eye on the ocean and the condition and what's going on, or are you just going to trust your surfing?
Probably watch. I think so, yeah.
I know there's lots of people watching and supporting you here as well. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Oh, yeah. Shout out to my mom and dad watching back home and everyone else, my family. Yeah.
Well, another bang bang for you, Philip. Well done. We're excited to see you in the semis. We'll send it back to you guys.
Philip, cool customer. I've met his dad a bunch of times as well, so things are going pretty good for the Duke clan in this little match-up. And, finals day, we're only a couple of hours away from finding out who our champions are, so things are going to happen pretty quick. Since our first 4 quarters have rolled out, it just goes bang, bang with semis, and then all of a sudden we're deep in the finals, and it's not long before that wraps up as well. So 30-minute finals. There's the fishermen out the back just parking up, watching what's going on.
Yeah, so while we were at that interview, Hinano under priority catches at 3.5, backs up, only sitting on a 0.67. So I think smart surfing, especially since she probably saw last heat and saw that there were not that many waves being ridden at all. And it's one of these days where you just have to kind of keep busy and surf smart. Because you just got to find your positioning out there and maybe get a couple waves on the inside, build your house, and then probably later on wait for some bigger scores.
All right, so I know one day where there was a lot of waves getting caught and a lot of big barrels spitting and carrying on. It was day 4 of our Nias Pro. We've got a surfer up. We'll just stay with green and we'll try and get to these highlights of day 4. It's Aura. So at least you got to turn in. There's another wave behind this I can see. There's no priority set just yet, but a good-looking wave. Geez, I look out the window. Here we go.
All right, Kia Heuer now. Our surfer from Mentawai got semis in the QS 6000. Unfortunately, a little deep there for Kia Heuer. Alin, our girl in green, had a nice turn there on the inside.
Yep. All right. So while we're waiting for those numbers, I'll only be mini. Let's have a look at the day 4 highlights, which is the best day of the Nias Pro.
It's another day here at the Nias Pro. We've woken up to a great day of waves. Once again, we're so lucky to be here. We're starting off with the rest of the women's round of 32. Then we're going to roll straight into the men's round of 32, and the women's round of 16 will be out there, and maybe the men's round of 16 on standby as well. 25-minute heats all day. It's going to be another huge day of surfing, another great one at that as well. Make sure you stay tuned.
So I hope you enjoyed that, everybody. A little reminder of how good this bay does get. That was our day 4 highlights. And while that was happening, we've got some numbers we can talk about. A 4.67 for red. So this is Momo's wave. Effectively the best wave of this semi so far.
Yeah, so I really like that first turn, you know, like a bit of a faster section, so she didn't really dig into it. But this wave kind of standing up for her here on the inside. Got a bit of work done in here too. So 4.67 for Sumomo Sato. Best wave of the heat. Hinano Shimizu at 3.5. Looking pretty good right now. Just under 16 minutes left in this heat. So, yeah, not too much happening. You know, it's slowed down quite a little bit. It is still really glassy with this overcast. I think it's going to be glassy all day.
Yeah, that'd be nice. It'd be a bonus. I'm hoping the dropping tide, I think it's low tide about 1:30 this evening. So I'm hoping that it does kind of suck a little bit of swell in. Most days it likes it better out here when the tide is low, but if you've got a weak little swell, it can also work against you. So I don't know what we're going to get today. We're just going to have to hang in here and hedge our bets that there's going to be at least 8 rideable waves, good rideable waves each matchup. Kenshin will be a little bit dirty that the ocean failed him just then. The big fella, we saw him threading some really sick barrels on our clip highlights of day 4. But it's time to just get the head around whatever's moving out there in the ocean. That's a slightly irregular takeoff spot here today with this bit of west in the swell. So here is Hinano. Nice snap to kick things off. Trying to capitalise here, just a slow cut back out wide. Maybe something else would be handy here. Maybe the inside track might sort of ramp up a bit for her. We've got to investigate that inside a little bit more today with not much on offer. Sometimes it really stands up and bends back. We've seen some big blasts going on down there today, but that wave just pushed kind of wide-ish in the channel, so it didn't factor into much on the inside. Either way, so you're going to be stoked. She'll move into first.
Yep. So taking a look at this one is Sumomo Sato. Not convinced, but low tide will be at 1:30 p.m. today, so it'll be bottomed out. We're seeing it at 0.4. Hopefully an improvement in the conditions with that, and it's looking like it's actually started raining out there.
Okay, so happens a fair bit in the tropics. Probably what will happen not long after this is the clouds will burn off and the sun will come out and she'll steam up. That's generally how it works. So a couple little waves rolling through. under the guard. Score in just about in for Hinano. There it is. So a 3.87 puts her in the lead. And Samomo still sitting on the better score. All right, here we go. So this is young Aura.
Yeah, Alan, big blast off the top. She wraps it down here again, looking like this wave is going to give her a little more to work with, but she decides to pull off. That is definitely the best turn of this heat for now. Alan, straight out of the Mentawai, Dylan Wilcoxon's sister. They had an emotional day 2 days ago, Dylan taking the win, and Alan was right beside him the whole time. So taking inspiration off that. She's looking like she's in good form right here.
Yeah, and the judges will love that because it's easily the best move we've seen for a while. Someone got a lip and actually hit it, rode straight out, no lumps or bumps involved in her performance. This set that's rolling throughout the back is just pushing wide. These crew are really deep. Might have a taker here now. So this is young Aura.
This is Kia Hewer, big first turn there, sets it up again. Hits the lip, unfortunately, just falls off on that one. But a good-looking wave. We're seeing some sets come through after a bit of a slower start. So there we have it. Alan's first wave, a 5.67, goes straight to first. 2.77's her backup. Beautiful wave from our woman in green, waiting for the last of blue to come through. She's only sitting on a 0.37.
So let's have a look at this again. So here's the belt that excited the judges. I like the fact that they threw this number at it because in sort of dwindling conditions, it was a good section and she just went straight up, didn't balk at it. So she saw her opportunity, grabbed it with both hands. This is young Kia right now.
Yep, so Kia, nice first turn, and it was looking like it was going to be an incredible second one. Unfortunately, just getting a little late to the section and getting kind of thrown over. But Kia, also surfer from the Mentawai, Kandui Villas. She got semifinals 2 days ago here in the QS 6000. So a huge result for Kia Hewer. She was, in my opinion, the only one in the women's really going for the barrel.
She was. He goes red now. It's Samomo. So she'll be really keen to lock this wave in. It's one of the bigger waves we've seen here this morning. Rides out 2 moves. And still this out the back, guys, there's a lot of waves rolling through, actually. So after some sleepy moments, the ocean's just having a little push. A lot of them go unattended. Is white, quick up and down there for Hinano. So how's that? It's a feast or a famine. They sat there for so long. That last heat could have done with a little bit of this energy.
Yeah, and then that tends to happen here in Indo with the longer period swells. Sometimes it just goes flat for around 20 minutes. And I think that's an important factor when competing here in Indo. Like when you see the previous heat to yours is quiet, then maybe yours might have a bit more waves, or vice versa as well. So in places like this, it's not a beach break. Priority is super, super important. And when those sets comes, you want to be in the right exchange and having the right moment. There we have Teddy Billy on screen. Pumping up.
Pumping himself up. So we can see the crew down there. That's our athlete zone. Dylan Wilcoxon's sitting right behind him. That was Dad and friends just down there on the table, just supporting their boys. The whole Mentawai clan. Such a good story, yep. And Kia getting that third placing as well. Like you're suggesting a lot of good tube riding along the way to get into the final. Here's Samomo's last wave, which the judges are still debating, but it's definitely the bigger wave. Helped herself to plenty of good rail work. Didn't really have a lip to tag, so she just played the game and just finished it. So good, smart contest surfing. Goes into the lead. She's now got a pair of these 4.67s. So time to step it up a little more from here. So here she goes.
Yeah, so this right now, Sumomo Sato, current heat leader. Beautiful rail work from our woman in red. This wave, giving her a little bit more, but nothing too critical. Alan did that one turn and it was in the pocket, pretty vertical. So the judges really giving her a high score, 5.67 for practically just that one turn. Sumomo Sato on a bigger wave, but it didn't have that much to work with. So she did some nice rail work, as you said, but nothing that really went crazy. So a pretty decent score.
There's Elvira. She holds it down. If you want to order something in the restaurant, the Hasham Family Surf Camp, you've got to talk to this lady. She's a unit. She's fun, and she's just been working their butts off this week. Particularly that lady there, she holds it down. She takes the orders. She knows where everyone's sitting. She directs the youngsters out of the restaurant, out of the kitchen, and make sure your bills are accurate as well. She's pretty onto it. All right, so I'm surprised Sumomo didn't take a bit more of a risk on that last wave, though. She did have a section to hit. Decided to just stick to the rail and carve again, so it did not lock in. So that rain's backed off. I think the sun's starting to poke its head out. Here comes the sauna. That was a quick turnaround.
So coming up next, we're going to be seeing Jasmine Studer in the red, Hanasuri Jabrick in blue, Hinata Shimizu in the white, and Imari Hearn in the green. That is the next women's semifinals here. Bit of an international one. 2 Indonesians, 1 Japanese, and Imari lives in Bali but represents Great Britain. That's why it has that flag next to her name. Then straight after that, we're heading into the men's semifinals in Heat 1. We're having Weston Hurst, Iko Watanabe, Teddy Billy, and Yuma Nagasawa. Heat 2 is Dylan Wilcoxon, Sentaro Sakai, Philip Duke, and Riki Tomoshige. So big matchups here in the Nias Pro Junior event. We'll be wrapping it all up today. We'll be crowning 2 champions. And then, be a wrap-up of our Indo leg.
Yeah, a lot of people will be zipping up board bags this afternoon and sort of beelining for the airport tomorrow. A lot of people have different agendas. We saw Charlie Haitley the other day after her final get straight out of town and over to Bolido. There's a lot of other events. There's a big air show going on in Bali. Up your neck of the woods starts Saturday.
Yep. The Quicksilver Air Show.
That's it.
Winner gets a ticket to the Stab High.
Nice. All right, so bit on the line down there. We're going to throw to a quick bonsai ad break and be right back.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell 'em, son. This ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
Absolutely cooking.
So not much has changed. Everybody's still just holding firm. Priority is sitting with green right now, Aura, so she's got the best score. She's well positioned if she can just burn off this 277. Add a little, almost an extra point on top of that would give her the lead. Kia, the youngster, rode away into the semi-finals in the big show a couple of days ago. She's got a little bit of work to do. You can see her sitting in 4th spot, chasing a mid-4. But here is the wave of the semi-final. Solid crack there. I'm glad the judges busted open a little bit and gave her that 5, 6, 7. More waves rolling throughout the back. This is Sumomo.
4, 6, 7 for this wave of Sumomo. Bigger wave. Beautiful rail work. Get some turns done out the back, just backing up her score. So currently in 1st place. A little bit safer surfing, but it is now Aura Zeflin, also known as Alin, with that 5, 6, 7 next to her name. She's gonna want to back that up quick because she's only sitting on a 277, and Hinano Shimizu and Kia Hugher definitely have the surfing to get the scores they need. 4.58 and a 4.42 are their requirements. So we're getting to the last critical moments of this heat, just past 4 minutes. And it's looking like the waves kind of slow down a little bit. Maybe we'll get
another little push would be nice,
Yeah.
wouldn't it? I'm sure Aura's pretty desperate, to catch another wave. She's in green, got 4th priority. Would really love to seal the deal here and really fend off Hinano and Kia. Both chasing mid-range fours. So they've got to hold firm and wait for something decent. You probably need a couple of decent hits or a section like Alin found on her good wave. So the sun is coming through again. It's ever-changing conditions down here this morning. Sorake Beach. If you ever want to get to a taste of the Nias experience, people, the way we did it out of Bali was into Jakarta, Medan, and then fly across to Gunung Sitoli. Or you could maybe backdoor it and come in through KL or Singapore and eventually end up in Medan and here. So here is the young Kia Hua right now. Good wave. She's in fourth. Needs to hit this and capitalise and just overcooks it. Wasted opportunity there for Kia, but going for it. That's the sort of theory that got her into semis the other day. Here we go.
This is Hinano Shimizu. Good turn. Unfortunately, gets her rail just a little stuck there on the way down. Unfortunate there. 2.5 left. It is now both red and green with first and second priority as well as first and second place. So they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable going into the last 2 minutes of this heat. It is white and blue with a bit of work to do now. Unfortunate there. They had 2 great waves and weren't really able to ride out of it. They knew they needed pretty decent scores, so they had to go for it.
Yep, a little bit of scoreboard pressure mounting in both Kia and Hinano. So Hinano's back out there, regains a priority listing, so she might have another opportunity, but definitely sense there's more movement in the ocean now than that last heat, which wouldn't be difficult. There was only about 10 waves caught in that whole last fellas semi-final. This wave here just sliding under, so a little moment there where somebody could have had an opportunity to track down their numbers, their requirements. Another little swell presents itself. On the inside here is Sumomo.
All right, so Sumomo, current heat leader, wants to improve her score. Good first turn here. She needs to go big. Unfortunately, there falls off as well. So we'll be reaching the last minute, but smartly done from Sumomo. Keeping the other surfers off that wave was a good call as well. This now Aura Zeflin, also known as Alin, on a good-looking wave. She wants to get rid of that 277. Nice first turn. She sets it up for this second one.
Might as well hang in there. There's less than a minute. Decides to flick out. Another wave rolls through out the back with no one on it. Or maybe there is now. It's white. So let's have a look at Hinano. She needed mid-4, but she keeps doing that little, breakdown in a technique. Has kind of cost her on the last 2 waves. So if she doesn't advance here, she might have to try and tidy up that little moment and realise maybe got to bend the knees a little bit more and stay a bit more centred or use a little bit more rail. Anyway, there's another good wave. Here we go. So stuff's starting to fire up, G.
All right. 442 is Kia's requirement. Gets a little stuck there on that first turn and falls off again. So as we count this one down, I'm pretty sure it's safe to say that Sumomo Sato and Alin will be heading into the semis. We're waiting for the scores to come through for 3 surfers. So Sumomo Sato wants to improve on that 467. Alin, let's see if her wave does improve that 277. A couple replays now. This is the last of Sumomo Sato. What do you like about this one?
I reckon this was her better turn. All right. And then she just saw this section, realised she had to go for it being in the lead. Wasn't ideal. I still think she did a better turn. And then I reckon this was a really good turn as well.
Yeah, I love this turn from Alin. It was really good and tight in the pocket. Gets a big fan of spray, wraps it around here. This wave just kind of fattening out and doesn't give her much to work with on the inside.
She could win, I think. She could go first. Kia. So, nice looking wave to kick things off here for Kia, who was in 4th. Just a little moment here, a bit regrettable for her. Just the front foot slipping straight off. So one more number, but it's going to be Kia that, let's just stay for this. I don't think it's going to bother. She needed a mid-5, so I don't think that's going to be it. So it's going to be Aura goes into the lead. Her last number ended up a 470. Yep, so that little switch around there at the very top of the leaderboard, but the bottom of the leaderboard looks exactly the same. So well done to green and red. Back in a moment, right after this break.
there's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint. Agave. Hey, that is incredible.
All right, guys, straight into live action. That was Jasmine Studer, our surfer in red, just pulling off on a wave. So congratulations on the last heat. Ora Zeflin and Sumomo Sato. This on your screen. Imari Hearn needs to get around this section. Unfortunately, just gets wiped out there. This is the semifinals, heat 2 of the Women's Pro Junior. We have Imari Hearn, Jasmine Studer, Hannah Suri Jabrik, and Hinata Shimizu. This is Suri Jabrik right now on your screen. Woman in blue. Good first opening turn there. Sets it up again. This wave looking like it'll give her something to finish strong on the inside. A bit late to that section, but wraps it around there again. So beautiful style from Suri Jabrik. Unfortunately, just gets taken out by the whitewash there. I'm Jada Legati, and I want to welcome back Dai Wako.
I'm back.
You're back.
Looks like the condition has improved a lot compared to this morning.
Yeah, there's definitely 2 heats ago. It was very slow, but the first semifinals of the women, we had a lot of waves come through. So the ocean just giving us a little bit of a pulse there. It was great to see Alin, take away that first place. Sumomo Sato close behind. Unfortunate for Hinano Shimizu and Kia Hewer. But in this heat, it is Hinata Shimizu.
Yes,
her twin.
Her twin sister will be surfing this second heat of the women's semifinals. So definitely she wants to get through this heat. But at the moment, she is out there with the first priority.
Yep, so some scores come through. Suri's last wave a 3.67, Jasmine Studer a 1.5, and Imari a 0.5. So nothing too crazy just yet. It is Suri getting the better of that exchange. Looking like Jasmine Studer taking a look at this one. Good looking wave. She hits that first section. Unfortunately, falls off on the way down. Wasn't able to really ride out of that, but that was going to be a really good score.
Right, that could have been a very good score for Jasmine Studer. It was one of the biggest sets coming through. Probably the biggest set I've seen the last an hour, pretty much. But unfortunately, it comes unstuck. So this is the first wave for Suri Jablik, 3.67. A nice opening cup. She's got a nice style, and she was trying to hit this section, but little bit too late for that section. Come around the section and put another nice cup, but fortunately comes unstuck. So 3.67 is the last wave for blue. Now she is in the lead. Hinata Shimizu with first priority, just waiting for the first wave.
Yep, so a bit of a break in the action. Congratulations, Ora Zeflin, Sumomo Sato, our first finalists of the day. They'll be battling it out in an hour or so for the Women's Pro Junior title. Coming up next, we have semifinal heat 1 of the Men's Pro Junior. Weston Hurst in the red, Iko Watanabe in blue, Teddy Billy in the white, and Yuma Nagasawa in the green. So really, really stacked heats coming up. It's going to be a great way to finish off this Pro Junior event and our Indonesian leg. We started off in Krui a couple weeks ago, and we had the Krui Pro Junior to kick off the Indonesian leg. Iko Watanabe taking the men's side of that, and Miraya Keita taking the women's side. Followed up, we had the Krui QS 6000. So it was Reef Hazelwood taking the win there. And in the women's side, Anon Matsuoka. Then 2 days ago, the Nias Pro, it was Lucy Dara taking the win. And in the emotional finish of Dylan Wilcoxon in the men's side, he will be surfing in the men's semifinal here at the Nias Pro Junior, sorry. And while there's a break in the action, we'll talk to Dylan's stepsister, Alin, who took out the first semifinals. So take it away, Alin and Mark.
All right, winner of the last semi-final into the grand final. It is Aura Zeflin, Alin, finals. How good does that sound?
I'm so happy to be in the finals. It's my first juniors being in the final. Super stoked.
All right, well, listen, 14 years of age, ladies and gentlemen. She's travelled a long way to be here. But how good having the team with you and all the hard work that you guys have done to get here. It's really starting to pay off.
Yeah, the teams are always supporting. Yeah, and
it's a huge moment for you. I can see that. So let's ask you this question. What things have you been learning along the way? You've been to Krui, you're here at Nias, there's lots of high-profile surfers. You're about to go up to Afulu. What are the main things you're learning out of being here competing?
wait.
What about this one then? Who is the favourite surfer that you've been watching this week?
Oh, Dylan, easy. Dylan Wilcoxon, my brother.
I had a feeling you might say that, and I saw some little tears just over here the other day. That was such an emotional moment, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm super stoked for him. I hope I can be like that one day.
You already are, sweet. Don't worry about it. You already are. And now you're off to the pool and have your first experience in the wave pool when you go to South Korea.
No, I've never surfed the wave pool. Always the reefs.
You live in the best wave pool in the world, and it's the Kandui area. I'm going to give you a hand, a little shake. You can grab this bang bang out of my pocket. And everybody, this is what Aura Zeflin looks like. You're a ripper. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Mark and Alin. The Kandui crew down there, everyone is still here because they're all juniors. No one is over 21. So they all had a crack here at the Nias Pro Junior. Dylan Wilcoxon, semifinal heat 2. That was his stepsister, Alin, who is in the final.
Wow,
I think probably one of her best results for sure. So exciting moments there. I'm sure everyone's super excited now. And we'll be crowning the champions very soon.
Definitely, she's inspired by her brother Dylan's performances a couple of days ago. Well, through all the events. Yeah, she's 14 years old, still young, into the first appearance in the final. So it's amazing stuff. In this heat, women's semi-final, heat number 2. So Sudi has a lead with a 3.67, so not many waves coming through.
Yeah, so since we saw the last heat win of Alin and Dylan coming up, would be great to get some highlights of what went down during finals day. It was an emotional win, great waves. We've had different conditions throughout the week. We've had big barrels, smaller turn waves, so people having to really adapt and change their approach to each heat. With that, we're going to have a quick bonsai break while there's a bit of a break in the action. Wait, we'll stick right with it. Looking like the girls seeing some lines come through. It is Suri with priority, decides to let this one go.
And 清水選手1本目のライディングになってきます。 さあこれはいい波になってきそうです。さあ一発目大きなターンを入れますが、少しバランスを崩してしまった。And out the back. I think this is Imari. Having a look at this one, but no takers on this wave. Suri still has first priority.
All right, so looking like Suri is gonna be cashing in her priority with this one. She currently has the best wave of the heat, 367. Another really good looking wave here for Suri Jabrick. Sets it up, big top turn. Unfortunately falls off there. Wasn't able to ride out of it with 14.5. She leaves the door open now for Jasmine Studer and Imari Hearn out the back. See if there's any more sets coming through. Looking like it's a bit of a paddle battle moment there with Suri and Hinata. Both want to make it out the back and get priority over each other. This right now on your screen. Imari Hearn on her backhand. Good looking wave. She wants to get this heat started. Top turn. Oh, unfortunately, airdrops all the way down. So won't be backing up or getting a score just yet on the board. Just under 14 minutes left. 10 minutes, a little over 10 minutes in this heat.
Well, definitely there's some bigger sets coming through now for the last couple of waves. But unfortunately, they all went down on the last wave. But there's still plenty of time, 30 minutes and 35 seconds to go. So it looks like we have a little break in action. So we're gonna go head over to Bonsai break.
Cow! Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Ew, let's go.
That was Suri Jabrick was on the wave and out the back. This is Jasmine Studa on the set wave. Is she going to come around the section? She does and gets the first section in. Does a great first turn and gets the second turn in and kicks out. That's a great surfing from Jasmine Studa. It's gonna be her best score in the seat so far. At the moment, her requirement is 2.88 to go into the first. So not a big score is needed to go into the first.
Yeah, with 12.5, I think Jasmine Studer's first turn was super critical. It was in a vertical part of the wave. I think it could be the best wave of the heat for now. The girl's kind of fumbling a little bit. No real scores. It's Suri's 365. Everyone else just sitting on a 0.5, 0.8. So this heat a bit of a weird one. We've had waves, but the girl's just not really managing to string a score together. This right now, Imari Hearn goes big here. Unfortunately, just airdrops down. That was a big drop there for Imari Hearn.
And this is a replay blast of Jasmine. She did come around a section and gets this first turn. That was a solid turn from Jasmine Studa and it gets a second turn in. So 717 for the last of red. Huge score for Jasmine Studa now. She's in the lead.
Yeah, that is exactly how you get a 717 in the Women's Pro Juniors semi-final. Big blast off the top for Jasmine Studer. Good cut back to back it up. Shoots straight to first with a 1-5 up. She is going to be itching to get a wave, but with 11 minutes left, she's looking pretty comfortable. Hopefully, we get a couple more waves ridden in this heat so the girls can get a chance to really get some good turns in. Nothing crazy happened just yet. Besides that 717, Hinata Shimizu only sitting on a 093. She does currently have priority. Looking like there's something coming. Shimizu taking a look at this one.
清水選手、現在第4位で 3.45 スコアすると第2のポジションへ、そしてこの波に乗っていきます。小さめのサイズながら、一発目、 ナイスターンを入れてきました。そして2発目も掘れてきたセクションにしっかり大きなカービングを入れますが、ここで、レールが引っかかってしまいます。ですが、一発目のターン、かなり際どいところに入れてきたので、この波は彼女のベストスコアにはなってくると思います。3.45 を出すと、第2のポジションへ上がっていきます。
All right, just under 10 minutes. Hinata Shimizu was looking like she was going for a good score. That first turn was really nice. Unfortunately, kind of gets her rail stuck on that cutback. Thank you, Riza, for these incredible drone shots. Just Imari Heard now with priority. 3-5-1 to go into second. That's not a big requirement at all. We've had a lot of waves ridden this heat, but just no real, big scores besides Jasmine 717. The last of Hinata comes in at 4-3-3, so she goes straight into second. Suri now, a 1-6-0 is her requirement. Imari 4-3-9 with just a little more than 9 minutes left. That's enough time to get 2 waves if the ocean provides.
Wow, lots of Hinata comes in 4-3-3. There's a healthy number. But if she could have made the second turn and could have been gone, really great score. So this is the last of white. Setting up for the first section. A nice first turn. And straight into the second turn, but unfortunately her rail got stuck on the top of the wave and went down. But 清水選手3本目のライディングを現在していますが、2本目のライディングで 4.33 をスコアし、第2のポジションへ上がってきています。
Yeah, so Shimizu knowing she only has a 1-4-3 as a backup, so trying to keep busy, get another score on the board. Would be great to see a replay, see if she got anything done out the back. But priority, Imari Hearn wants to put a score on the board. 0.87 and 0.5 is what she's sitting on right now. Reaching the 8-minute mark. The last of Hinata comes in at a 1-4-3, so doesn't improve her score too much. Now, Suri close behind. A 2-1-0 is her requirement. Imari takes off on this one. A good-looking wave on the inside. Gets that first nice turn in. Needs to do something else. 4-0-9 is her requirement. Fumbles a little bit there on that second turn, unfortunately. But just 7.5 left. Couple waves coming out the back. The girl's a little too deep for these ones.
Definitely with the last ride from Marihan, she will be back in this heat. She doesn't have any big score yet, but definitely does a great first turn. And unfortunately comes unstuck on the second turn, but still great first turn. So it'll be best score for her. And last wave for green comes in 4.27. Really healthy number. Now she's in the third, needing 1.50 to go into second. The Suri has first priority, needing 2.10. So this is a very tight, close heat in between white, green, and blue. Pretty much they all need the second wave.
Yeah, you're right. It's a really close call for second place. It is Jasmine Studer, though, with that 717, looking pretty comfortable out in the lead. Suri does have priority now. 2-1-0 is her requirement. Imari, a 1-5. So those are tiny scores. Jasmine Studer knows she has that 717. She wants to back it up pretty nicely. So this is the replay of the last of Imari. Came in at a 4.27. Good first turn there. Unfortunately, wasn't really able to ride out of the second one, but it would have been a really, really good backup. Yeah, I think if she did, it would have gone into the 5 range for sure.
5 minutes and 35 seconds to go out the back. Little bit of motion out there. Suri has first priority. Well, no takers on inside wave.
So Shimizu right now currently in second, but knows that the girls are just breathing down her neck. Tiny scores for the requirement. So Shimizu knows that if a set comes and Suri does one decent turn on it, she'll be in second place. So just 5 minutes remaining. This is a pretty critical part. Next up, we will be seeing Weston Hurst, Iko Watanabe, Teddy Billy, and Yuma Nagasawa. That is the men's first semifinals. Now it's looking like Jasmine Studer has 1 foot in the final of the women's Pro Junior event here in Nias. We've had a big week of competition. 2 days ago, finished the men's and women's QS 6000. We had winners crowned. Today we will be crowning our Pro Juniors. Beautiful day here. Glassy, clean conditions. Sun recently came out. We had a bit of a rain to glass things off, so it's going to be a great afternoon. Low tide is at 1:30 p.m., so hopefully we'll be seeing some more waves ridden throughout this heat.
Out back, Shimizu is having a look at this one. Well, decided not to go. Well, no takers on the inside wave. It's 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go, so time is ticking and not big difference for the second. And looks like there's a few waves coming into the lineup at the back. So blue has first priority. And looks like Suri is going to get this one, needing 2.10 to go into second. Important wave for her. Gets the first big turn, but unfortunately comes unstuck. That would have been a great score if she ride out of it. But there's still 3 minutes remaining. There's enough time for her to go back out and get another one. Her requirement is 2.10, which is really small score. But there's still plenty of time to get the requirement.
Yep, so it is now Jasmine Studer with priority 717. She wants to back it up quickly. Hinata Shimizu now and Imari Hearn. It's looking a little bit like a battle for second. Suri knows she has fourth priority. She's taking a look in the inside. 210 is a very, very small requirement there. Imari Hearn a 1.5. So with just under, we're about to reach the 2 minute mark now. Hinata Shimizu taking a look at this one. She has second priority. Wants to improve on that 143.
清水選手、この波で 1.43 以上出すとその差を広げてきます。小さめの波にテイクオフして、少しターンを入れてきます。カービングターン。そしてインサイドのセクションに来て、ここで一発入れられると点数を広げていきますが、ここは間に合わなかったか。さあ、この波で 1.43 以上出すとその差を広げていきます。残り時間1分40秒になるところ。
Alright, so Shimizu now leaves the door open for Imari and Suri to get the score. Looking like an insider. Suri taking a look at this one. 210 is her requirement. Out the back now. Jasmine Studer, first priority. Looking like a good-looking wave coming through. It will be Jasmine Studer taking off on this one. She wants to improve on that 150. So unfortunately, a little late to that first section, but good first turn there. Imari Hearn out the back. Now Imari's looking for a 2.20. Unfortunately, isn't able to get that wave. Jazz Studer, nice work on the inside. 50 seconds left. Wow.
Wow, it's a crucial moment for Imari Han and Suri at the back. Well, this is a very important wave for Imari. Up and riding, needing 2.20. Nice first turn. And gets a second turn in. Not in the critical section, but still managed to put 2 turns in, needing small score, 2.20. Wow. Probably she's done that job And this is Suri up and riding, needing 2.80 at the moment. Nice first turn. And gets a second turn in. Probably she wants to get the last section.
Wow, okay, what a way to finish this semi-final. Waves to come through for red, green, and blue. Important moments right now. Jasmine Studer will comfortably stay in first. She's going to be improving her score, getting rid of that 1-5, and she's in first place. But now it's a fight for second. It's Imari Hearn and Hanasui Jabrik caught 2 waves in the last minute. They are looking for very small requirements. Suri, the regular, and Imari, the goofy. This is the last of Hinata Shimizu. Comes in at 2-1-3, so she slightly improves her scoreline. Gets 1 on the inside here, and then unfortunately this last turn she wasn't able really to ride out of it and leaves the door open for Imari and Suri.
This is the last of green. The first time was super nice. Throwing sprays, come around the section and gets a nice carves. So probably this wave will be a healthy number for Imari.
Suri out the back as well. Nice first turn here. Wraps it around. Gets a couple more. Similar on the inside. This wave has a bit of whitewash on the face. Okay, so the last of green comes in at a 3.5. Now Suri looking for a 4-1-1 to go into second. Wow. Crazy moment here for Suri. The judge is taking a good look at that one. She was in the lead for most of the time, and then in the last second, gets pushed down to fourth. So,
well, needing 4.11. So last of blue comes in at a 2.83. Not enough. So it looks like Jasmine Studa and Imari Hearn will be into final of women's side.
Yep, so congratulations to those girls. We'll be heading on to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the semifinal heat 1.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell 'em, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
We are back into live action. This is Nias Pro, the finals day for Pro Junior Division. We are into men's semifinals. Heat number 1. We have Westernhurst in red, Iko Watanabe in blue, Teddy Billy in white, Yuma Nagasawa in green. I'm Daiwago in the booth with True. How are you this afternoon?
I am doing good, Dai. I may have stolen a bang bang from our little stash. I was like, oh, one was just calling my name.
Right. Yeah.
So I was like, you know what? Yeah. This is Teddy Billy on his first wave of the heat. This is semi-final number 1. Good first turn. Gets a second one in, just floats it there. Trying to stay close to the pocket. Gets a nice jam. Releases the fins. This one opens up. Good connection there for Teddy. Wow, he's found a really nice wave in this first semi-final as he kicks out.
Right.
That'll be a good score.
Definitely, it'll be a good score, and it wasn't even on the set wave, and he found that wave pretty much inside, and he gets a couple turns in. That was a great surfing from Teddy Billy. Yeah, and This is a men's semi-final heat number 1. After this, we will be into men's semi-final heat number 2. We have Dylan Wilcoxon, Sentaro Sakai, Philip Duke, and Riki Tomoshige. It'll be super exciting heat. Again, the last wave for white comes in at a 4.33. Pretty good score to start this heat. It can get really slower, so definitely 4.33 is a good number, and to keep be a keeper.
Yeah, I agree, Di. I think for Teddy Billy, that is a good way to start. He's got a pretty stacked heat for this first semi-final. It's going to be Westonhurst up and into this one. Loads up for a good first turn on his backhand, releases the fins a little bit, gets a strong second turn in as well. He's been looking in form all event, throwing so much spray for Weston, and he kicks out. So that was a really, really strong wave. I liked his approach.
Definitely, great start from two surfers, white and red, and the last, Westonhurst. That was a great surfing. Probably it's gonna be really healthy number. Well, while we are waiting for the last of white, last of red, we are going over to Giara with the last hit winner, Jasmine Studer.
All right, I'm here with Jas Studer. Congratulations to 717. That's a huge score, especially on a day like today. How are you feeling, and how are the conditions?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Happy to be in the finals again. 2 in a row, that's pretty good. The waves are pretty tricky right now. The swell's filling in, so I'm really happy, and hopefully we can get some good waves in the finals. It's a 30-minute final, so I'll be stoked. Yeah.
So what's you're in this final again, you're getting some points. What's the rest of the year looking like for you in the Pro Junior side?
Oh, I'm really happy because of 4th in the beginning of the year, it was super good, and another final that's really great, and hopefully I can shoot up in the rankings. I'm 4th in the rankings right now, so another final is really good for my rankings. Hopefully I can get first.
I'm sure there's so many people watching at home. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
I want to say hi to my mom and my sister watching from back home. Any family members in Jakarta or California watching me. And I want to say thank you to all my sponsors for helping me get here, especially PSOI DKI. They were helping me in Krui, and they have so much support for me.
All right, here's your bang bang. Congratulations, and good luck in the final. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Giara, and congratulations to Jasmine into finals coming up soon. But first wave for Westonhurst comes in at 6.00 at the back. 渡辺選手、1本目のライディング、セットの波に抵抗してきました。さあ、大きなターンを入れてきますが、ここは少し返すタイミング、板と体のタイミングが合わなかったように見えました。そして、長澤選手、ファーストプライオリティを使ってこの波にテイクオフしてきます。これはいい波になってきそう。一発目、大きなターンを入れて、フィンをしっかり抜いて前に出てきます。そして2発目も大きなターンを入れてきました。これもいいライディングになってきています。Wow, that's great surfing from Yuma Nagasawa. Unfortunately for Iko, comes unstuck on the first section, but 2-turn combo from Yuma Nagasawa, they were solid.
Yeah, really, really strong from Yuma. Looked a little bit of an uncomfortable fall there for Iko Watanabe, but hopefully he's all good. And yes, these semi-finals are really, really stacked, Di.
Right.
Westonhurst, his first wave was a 6. First of Teddy Billy, a 4.33. Or second of Teddy Billy, sorry. Wow, Weston up and into another one.
Good first turn. That is a huge first turn, but unfortunately, probably got clipped by the white water, but that was a solid turn. If he could have made that turn, then it would have been a great score, but last of Yuma comes in at 8.0.
Wow.
That is the highest score today so far.
That is pretty crazy. 8 points for Yuma Nagasawa. This is Westonhurst. This is his 6. I'm going to take another look at it. Good first turn connection for Weston. Gets that second one in, really strong surfing. Finding a third, just leaning into the rail. But it's 8.0 of Yuma Nagawa that is really standing out in this heat. Let's take another look at it. It's a good-looking wave. And he's just so strong on his backhand. Great first turn for Yuma. His second turn as well was so strong. 8 points. Thank you very much for coming.
He likes it.
He liked it.
Wow. It's great surfing from Yuma Nagasawa.
Wow. We've got a heat on our hands now, Dai. That 8.0 is going to set Yuma Nagasawa aside in this heat, I think.
And I had a chance to talk to him a couple heats ago, and he said he just want to hit the lip hard. And that's exactly what he's doing right now and getting excellent score, 8.00. So great job from Yuma Nagasawa.
It's pretty crazy, isn't it? Like once you kind of break everything down, as long as you just do good turns and hit the lip, that's when you're going to be getting those big scores like the 8s that we're seeing from Yuma. And his backhand has been crazy good this whole event, especially in the Nias as well. In the QS, he was, it was just, look at this front on angle dive. This is huge.
It was on one of the sets. Oh, that was sick first turn and gets the second turn in. That was a critical section to hit. So that was what 8-point ride looks like, and great job from Yuma Nagasawa. そしてこちら渡辺選手2本目のライディングになります。インサイドの波一発目。さあこれも大きくスプレーを飛ばしてきます。少しバランス崩しながらもしっかり前に出てきて、ここはエアをメイクしました。さあこれはインサイド波ながら素晴らしいライディングを見せてきたのが渡辺一行選手。これもいいスコアになりそうです。6.23 を出すと2位のポジションへ上がってきます。Wow, that's a great combination from Iko Watanabe. Great first down, little bit stumble, but recover it great and it gets into the air and then gets to landing. So that was great surfing from Iko Watanabe. Love to watch the replay again. It's gonna be a healthy number for Iko. It looks like. 長澤選手、立て続けに波に乗ってきます。この波しっかりと、ここも一発目から縦のアクション、スプレーを大きく飛ばしてきます。これはここでプルアウト。
Wow. Yuma gets his second wave. You can see he's excited to get back out there. This last one of Ichi is going to be good as well with just over 14 minutes to go. Hopefully we can have a look at that because first air of this heat so far. It leaves Weston and Teddy out there with first and second prio. And, this is... What do you think? Where do you think the score of Ichi's is going to go? Because, well, let's take another look at it. Yeah. Before we break it down. So, good-looking wave. Strong first turn. Super whippy in the pocket. And then just gets that rotation. Really stomps it to ride out and finish that one off. It locks in. It's a 5.27. This last wave of Yuma Nagasawa. His backhand is just, wow, on point right now. Good first connection. Gets that second one in, driving through it. So this is going to be another score for Yuma. It's 13 minutes to go.
It's going to be a great backup for Yuma Nagasawa. And the last of Iko Watanabe comes in 5.27. So probably it was on the smaller size waves. And the air was not super high. Gets a good rotation, but not high air reverse. So that's definitely affecting the score. And, stuck in the 5-point range. But definitely a great combination. That wave didn't really offer much, actually. So he did great. And he just... surfed it well. And with 12 minutes and 45 seconds to go. グリーンの長澤選手1本目のライディングで8点をスコアし、現在2本目のスコアを待っている状態です。そしてこの波にも乗ってきます。何か海とのリズムを掴んでいるようにも思えます。長澤選手、ここはすぐにキックアウト。そして渡辺選手の2本目のライディング、ファーストターン、そしてエアを決めた波は 5.27。
This is Teddy Billy up and riding on his second wave. Good first turn connection. Really lays into it for Teddy. We saw that throughout this whole event so far. Really nice on rail. He liked the feeling of it. He's definitely a super passionate surfer. He gets super hyped up. And you can see that in his pre-heat routine as well. So scores to lock in for last of Teddy. That second wave of Yuma, 5.03, extending his lead.
Great backup for you, Nagasawa. He is sitting the lead with 8 and 5.03. So he's leading this heat nicely. Now Westernhurst has first priority. He has second best score in this heat so far. So this is a replay of last of White. For the section. Gets the big first turn in. And pretty much after this, there's nothing major turns. But the first turn was solid. And it'll be a good number for Teddy Billy. He's already locked in a 4.33. A nice score. So it'll be a great backup for Teddy Billy.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. It's probably going to be it will be the 2.61. He needs to go to second to back up the 4.33. Right now, everyone's sitting in a really similar position. It's just Yuma Nagasawa, that 8-point ride, is setting him aside in this heat right now with 10 and a half minutes to go. And Weston started off with that 6. We've seen him do some huge backhand surfing. Last of Teddy locks in at a 6.1.
Wow, just for one turn, but it was big enough to get 610. That is a good number. So now he's in the second, 610 and 4.33. Westernhurst now needs 4.44. Iko Watanabe needs 5.17 with 10 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
Wow, really, really close. I mean, Weston has a 6. Iko has a 5.27. It's not really that much separating, those best waves of second, third, and fourth right now.
Right, it's kind of, Yuma is sitting in the lead comfortably with an 8 and 5. Kind of like battling for the second place at the moment. Everyone pretty much has one good score. So whoever gets the second good score, and then he'll be in the second. But it is Westernhurst with first priority. So no takers on this one.
Wow. It's really, really close. Look how close they're all sitting to each other as well. They're just basically best friends, but also kind of enemies in the Rashi.
Right.
And Weston holding the inside. First priority also. Needing a 4.44. Iko looking for a 5.17. He has second prio and 9 minutes to go in this heat. It's really, really close. Weston having a good look here. Chasing a 4.44. Gets a strong first turn connection in. He rides out, but can't quite get around the section, unfortunately. So, that second wave, he got a big, strong first turn and unfortunately fell. It was good to see him complete that one, but you'd have to think on that second wave, if he had made that first turn, he probably would have got a couple more connections.
Definitely. There's a few mistakes from Westernhurst, but the last wave, that's a solid turn. The last wave for Western comes in at 3.17, so not enough to go into second, still needing 4.44. Now Iko has first priority out there, waiting for the right ones. Looks like a few sets rolling through. No takers with 8 minutes to go.
No one wants that one. Iko's going to hold firm. Wait till he finds something that he really, really likes and had a little look there. Teddy is having a look as well, just opting out of it. And it looks like maybe Yuma's found something, but it's Weston that's picking off the end of this one. Flying down the line, needs a 4.44. Quick in and out. That wave dies out pretty quickly for Westernhurst.
Back. 渡辺選手 5.17 が必要です。さあ一発目。いいファーストターンを入れて、ここで掘れてきたところにもう一発入れますが、少しショルダーが張り切らなかったか、ノーズから刺さってしまいました。 Wow, he utilized his first priority to get that wave. Unfortunately, his nose just digged in and goes down. So fortunate for Iko Watanabe, he has to go back out and regroup himself. But still, plenty of time on clock.
Yeah, let's take a look at this replay thanks to the Kemenpora flight cam. Good first turn, kind of over the whitewash. His second one was strong, but nose just digging in there. Maybe a bit of mistiming for Iko, so it's not going to be the 517, unfortunately. It's a 2.5, so it goes into the top two, but 5.17 is the score he needs. 6.5 minutes. Yuma just chilling out there with first priority in the lead.
Wow. Looks like Yuma's wave selection is just on point. Every wave he's on, it just gave him a lot of steeper section to hit. So he's very comfortably sitting in the lead, and he tried to get rid of the 5.03.
Yeah, this next heat is going to be a big one. Semi-final number 2. We'll have Dylan Wilcoxon, Sentaro Sakai, Philip Duke, and Ricky Tomoshige. It's going to be a pretty good second semi.
It's going to be super, super fun to watch. Semi-final heat number 2. And we finish off with semi-finals men's, and we are straight into the women's final. 30 minutes heat, and then we're going to see men's final. But at the moment, it's Teddy Billy up and riding, try to get rid of 4.33. Ooh. Nice first turn. Oh, unfortunately the wave just dies out. But trying to connect in it kicks out there. So I don't think it's gonna be a great number for Teddy Billy. But there's still 5 minutes remaining in this heat. Enough time for him to go back out and probably gets another one.
Yeah. First turn was really strong. I mean, he threw a lot of spray. As you mentioned, he needs to better a 4.33 to increase his place in second, make it harder for Western and Iko. Western only needs a 4.44 and Iko chasing a 517. And with the standards that they're surfing throughout this whole event, and also in Krui as well, you'd have to think they'll get that.
Right.
If they get the wave and the opportunity, I guess, in the next 4.5 minutes. So scores for Teddy Billy to lock in. He got third in the Nias Pro QS 6000. That first turn was so huge. Lots of spray. Gets a good second carve in, milking it to just try and solidify this wave and better a 4.33. He does that. It's a 5.27 die.
Yeah, it was big first turn, especially from the beach angle. And get a 5.27. So he's extending his lead and put a lot of pressures onto red and blue. Now red need 5.38. Blue needs 6.11, and with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Not much time.
Not much time left, and they need red and blue needs decent score. Mid-5 and mid-6, so definitely they need to be on the right ones.
Yeah.
That gives you probably 2 steeper sections to hit.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, 3 minutes to go. Western has second priority. Yuma's probably just going to sit and be waiting. With that first priority, looking to better a 5.03. There's 3 minutes to go. Western Hurst needs a 5.38. Iko Watanabe needs a 6.11. We saw Iko win the Krui Pro Junior about a week ago. He also took out the QS 2000 in Hamamatsu.
Yes.
As well, which is pretty incredible for Iko. He went into Krui with that Bonsoi Leaders jersey for the Bonsoi Asia Super Series. But now on the Pro Junior, he's trying to defend his first place ranking as well. Chasing a 6.11 to get into the finals.
Definitely he wants to get good result here in the Nias. So this is an 8-point ride from Yuma Nagasawa. Two big combination. Wow, a huge first turn and straight into the second. So this is what 8-point ride looks like.
Loving the passion.
And this is a 6.10 for Teddy Billy. Like one huge turn from Teddy.
It's good to know that he can do that in one turn, get
Right.
those scores, like 6 points. I mean, he did get a couple extras, but bulk of those scores came from that first turn. This is Western right now, needs a 5.38. Good first turn. Wow. Driving through a second one here. That first turn was really strong. Gets a third in. He's staying close to the pocket. Really just milking this one all the way through, and you can see him firing up. There's lots of passion from all of our competitors today, and just over a minute to go. Western needs a 5.38. That first turn was pretty huge, Di.
Right, so great two-turn combo from Westernhurst, needing 5.38. Just like you said, the first turn was solid. Second time, I'm not too sure. With 1 minute remaining, but it's gonna be a close, but definitely need the steeper section to hit, especially for the second turn.
Yeah, I agree. It was offered that good one-turner. He milked it through to the inside with 40 seconds to go, just under 40 seconds. Iko chasing a 6.11. We're waiting on this last score of Westernhurst. Needs to be a 5.38 or above to move him up into second.
渡辺選手、非常に大事な波になってきます。6.11 が必要です。さあ、1発目は大きなターンを入れてきた。そして2発目もこれは大きなターンしてきたが、ノーズが刺さってしまいました。さあ、残り時間が10秒。Wow, really unfortunate for Iko. That was a great surfing, but unfortunately went down on a second time. We are still waiting for the last of red and blue.
Yeah, it's his last of Western. It's going to be a game changer. I think in this heat, it's really going to... Okay, let's look at it. Big first turn, 5.38. Gets that second carve in. 2.73, last of Iko Watanabe. Scores for Yuma. Won't go into the top two. It's this one here from Westernhurst. He liked the feeling of it. He thinks it's a 5.38 that he needs. So waiting for this score of Western is going to determine if he makes the final or if Teddy Billy will move on into the final. So,
yep, it's going to be really close. That was a great first turn. It's really like critical section to hit, and he managed to stick to the landing right out of it clean. So it was a great turn. And pretty much all the points come from first turn.
Yeah.
So is it gonna be a 5.38 that he was looking for?
Wow, waiting for this score. It's going to be really, really close for Western and also for Teddy. Okay, this is it again. First turn was really strong. Second turn, it was a pretty hectic section. He did well to ride out, but it was just that one critical moment. And then he went through a series of carves that were pretty good. They were pretty clean. There's nothing wrong with those.
Right.
And it's going to be close.
Judges are taking a long time. Taking another look. We are still waiting for the last of red. Definitely, it'll be really close finishing. So, nerve-wracking moment for both white and red.
Wow. It's a 5.87. Western goes to second. So it's Yuma Nagasawa and Westernhurst moving into the finals. Teddy Billy, unfortunately, bowing out, as well as Iko Watanabe Dai.
Well, we're going to go to the Bonsai break, and we'll be right back in the men's semi-final, heat number 2, after the quick break.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm gonna start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in here.
Welcome back to finals day of the Nias Pro Junior. Semi-final number 2 is out there in the lineup. It's Dylan Wilcoxon taking on Sentaro Sakai, Philip Duke and Ricky Tomoshige. This is Sentaro. Good opening carve this wave off. Drives through another nice connection. He's got such a great style, great flow. Just goes up and over the whitewash there as he leans back into his rail. Sentaro looking to start off strong in semi-final number 2. We just saw Yuma Nagasawa and Weston Hurst progressing on through. Philip Duke also gets a couple of turns. Unfortunately, doesn't get the completion. I'm True Starling. Joining in the booth with me is Mark Clift. Welcome back.
Well, what a time to step back in. A gigantic moment at the end of that last semi-final. So glad Weston Hurst got the number. He really took that section on, and we watched replays flying around. I was upstairs when that wave went down, and I went, oh, my God. He had the opportunity, and he took it head on, really met the lip squarely. It was a tough ride out for Weston, so... Yeah. I'm just going to say congratulations to Yuma and Weston and the judges for just acknowledging just the brutality of that one hit by Weston and into the grand final. So I'm sure his dad at home is super pumped. Maybe all the boys there in the board manufacturing zone, I imagine might have been tools down watching that last effort there of Weston. So to me, it's looking like there's more waves and it's getting bigger. Is that right? True.
Kind of seems like it. Yeah, it's definitely getting more consistent, more good opportunities. We saw this one of Sentaro Sakai just before. Just putting together a couple of really nice, smooth turns. But yeah, it just seems a little bit more consistent out there right now, which is perfect timing for the finals.
Oh, look at this wave in the background of Philip there in the replay. So this is what it looks like from the judges' angle. Definitely grooming up out there. Super clean surface. Almost no wind. And after that little bit of rain we had an hour and a half ago, the sun is out and it's cooking hot down here at Sorake Beach.
Yeah, it is definitely warm. A 4.73 has locked in for Sentaro Sakai. And 3.17 for last of Philip Duke. Dylan Wilcoxon out there holding first priority. He's made it to another finals day, maybe even another final. He's yet to take off on his first wave in this heat. And this next final, Alan Zeflin, Momo Sato, Jasmine Studer, and Imari Hearn is going to be pretty huge. But we just saw 2 men be locked in for the Men's Pro Junior final, Yuma Nagasawa and Weston Hurst. Yuma getting an 8 and a 5.03. He's down there with Dai.
さあいよいよファイナルへと駒を進めました。今の気持ちを率直に教えてください。
そうですね。すごいみんなに応援してもらってるのが伝わってて、地元の人たちも言葉はあんま通じひんけど、すげえユーマユーマっつって盛り上がってくれてて、で彼女も毎日電話していい感じにバイブス上げてくれてて、お母さんもお父さんもいつも支えてくれてて、もうかますしかないなって感じですね。
もうすぐファイナルになりますが、どう、ファイナルに向けて準備していきますか？
そうですね。爆音でヒップホップ聴いてけん玉します。
So he's very happy with the result, and he loved how all the people just supporting him all the way to his mom, local kids, dad, girlfriend, and he's just super happy with the result. He'll be listening to the hip hop music and get ready for the final. では最後に、またメッセージの方もらってもいいですか？
俺が BWS ネクスト始まるファイナルヒート。じゃあ残された1本俺がかます優勝取りぜ。俺が BWS 何戦
ありがとうございました。次も頑張ってください。そして、ベンベンです。
Bang bang power.
That's the best sign off from an interview I've seen, I think. He's such a cool character.
That's awesome.
He hangs with a bunch of other Japanese surfers that are right into their rap. They've been putting on a show here some evenings, and that doesn't surprise me that sooner or later he busted it out because he's feeling good going to the grand final with what looks like the biggest score of the day, an 8.
Yes, an 8-point ride for Yuma's very first wave. 2 really strong backhand snaps, and this is Riki Tomoshige on his backhand as well. First turn, gets it up there. Drives through a second one as well, throwing a little bit more spray. That's a bit more like it for Ricky. Gets a third in there as well. We also saw Philip Duke. Oh my goodness, Dylan Wilcoxon.
Yeah.
There's so many great surfers in this heat. Dylan locked in a 3 for his first wave. Scores for Ricky to come through as well.
He's on the hunt again, the young fella. Keeping busy, realises his first wave didn't lock in as to what he expected. So takes a huge roofline floater and sets himself up for a snap in the pocket. Maybe a cutback, maybe not, but a much better ride there by Dylan. So he just reads sections so well and he really mixes it up a lot. Here we go.
Yeah, this is Sentaro Sakai. Bigger wave. Oh, goes down on the first turn. That really would have changed everything for him in this heat. He is in the lead, but this is a really stacked semi-final and the waves are getting better for sure. You can see Riki Tomoshige having a look out the back. He just dropped a 293 mark.
All right, boom, crunches it, little airdrop and to oblivion. He can't quite stick it, but you can see the boys, everybody wants a spot in the GF and they're going for it big time. Hence, there's some high-speed wipeouts, there's some big manoeuvres, and he goes the little fella now, Philip Duke.
Good first turn for Philip. Also goes down. Everyone's just copying each other. It's like they've just...
They're pushing hard.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. They're pushing hard. Someone will capitalize at some point, though, and that is just going to set them aside in this semi-final for sure. Got a few scores to lock in. Philip Duke, Riki Tomoshige, Dylan Wilcoxon, last of Sentaro Sakai.
Philip loves these paddle battles. He seems to get involved in one every heat just about. Look at him go here. He won't step back. He's going to sort of push this fella in green. He's going to push him a little wide here. Or is he? Ricky's starting to flex his muscle. And Philip would if he could. He doesn't have a whole lot of him. He's a skinny little unit. But
he
there
holds
he is.
his own,
He
for
is.
sure.
He's kind of, might have, it's still neck and neck. If they get back to the peak at exactly the same time, guys, what it does is the priority judge will throw the priority to the person who rode second last out of these two. All right, that's how it works. If they can't split it based on their paddle outs, the person who has the last wave, like regulation surfing, they get last priority. So here is the replay of Dylan's last effort again. So watch this big roofline floater. Hangs up there forever. Basically, was surfing on the back of the wave. Perfect read to get to that second section. So he goes into the lead. That number is in, what is it there, True?
It's a 4.23
Nice.
for Dylan's last wave, so it puts him up into the lead. So all scores are in with 16 minutes to go. Dylan out in front. Sentaro in second. Only needs a 2.5 to go to first. Philip Duke chasing a 2.37 to get to the final. And Riki Tomoshige, a 2.61 is the number that will also take him to the final with Yuma Nagasawa and Weston Hurst.
Yeah. A couple of goofies sitting in that grand final.
Uh-huh.
Let's see who joins them. So interestingly, Ray suggested, Dylan's dad, that this wave, when it's like this, it's very similar to the wave they surf all the time, right in front of their resort, 4 bobs. Even it surprised me last year when Kersey said that as well, and he's got a place there on the island. And I said to her, so where do you surf most? What's your favourite? He goes, I love 4 bobs. It's just like this.
Wow.
I said, just like this? And he goes, well, a little bit less, but it's very similar. Light little onshore out there at the moment, providing just perfect maybe ramps for Dylan if he decides to investigate the airspace again, which held him in really good stead throughout the men's 6,000. Just trying to get some runs on the board early here to free himself up in the back 15 minutes. He would dearly love to go 2 finals out of 2 efforts here at the Nias Pro. And his name sits alongside some greats of our sport that have won this event in recent times. Rio Wider, Jarvis Earl,
Winter Vincent.
Winter last year defending champ over there, pulling the wetsuit on at Bolito.
Looks very cold over there.
Oh, he's probably just going, damn, I wish the schedule was a little different. Especially when we saw that day 4 stuff. Eh? Like that had shades of last year. Didn't quite perhaps hit the same height, but geez, it was hollow. It was so good. So maybe if we get a little break in this semi-final, if things go a little quiet, we might try and queue up day 4 again. It was so sick. There was a lot to like. There was a lot of drainers.
Yeah.
Definitely the highlight day out of our last 8 days here at the Nias Pro. Probably the dead set biggest highlight, though, was that man there in red to come out from nowhere and win the QS a couple of days ago was just something I'll never, ever forget. Let's just queue up a quick bonsai ad and we'll be back in a moment.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
All right, here we are, everybody. Day 8, the Nias Pro. It was really good to see some of the highlights of last year. Geez, that was just epic. What this place threw down. A late takeoff there for Dylan. Goes a bit sideways. Not quite the right entry point, but having a swing. And some of the tube riding he's done over the last week has just been its own highlight reel.
Yeah, it well and truly has. This right here, Sentaro Sakai up on his next wave there. That is his third. I lost my words for a moment there. Wow. Beautiful opening carve. The waves are just looking really fun right now. It's obviously cleaned up a little bit. We saw some rain, a bit of wind earlier, but it's turning on just in time for the finals.
Yep, and as predicted, we're all calling, all the modules were saying bigger surf today than yesterday. Up and down the coast, we've been getting hits from people in certain spots saying it's here. And we're just starting to feel that just arriving as we get towards the back end of finals day here for the Pro Junior. So right on cue, it's given them a little bit more to play with, more opportunities, which is a good thing. And let's watch the Duke. This first section now presents, just takes the grind, grabs the rail. Can't quite bury enough rail there to hold on, but he's in third. Couple of vacant spots up against our 2 goofy footers sitting in the final. So there's 3 natural footers in this. And Ricky.
Yeah, this is a big heat. Not many big scores though locked in just yet. A 4-2-3 and a 3 for Dylan. Looks like Philip Duke changing boards.
That's Kevin Wau out there in the channel doing some caddy duties. Second best seat in the house, being side on, watching this place unfold. That's so cool. Seeing the Lap Zero boat out there as well, hosting our official photographers, getting the side on snaps. And I'm sure they'll be pretty stoked. The sun's out. It's going in their favour as well. The bump is lessened up, and there's more waves, more importantly. So 10 minutes here, everybody, to confirm the makeup of our men's final.
4.27 is locked in for Sentaro Sakai. So he goes into first place. Dylan now in second, chasing a 4.77. Philip looking for a 4.07. And it is Ricky Tomoshige with 10 minutes to go. He needs a 4.3. So not big scores. There's not a lot separating these surfers in this heat compared to that last one. We saw 8s, 6s, 5s be locked and dropped in every left, right, and centre pretty much in that last one.
So Yuma with the best wave of the day, the 8-point ride.
Yes.
Enlighten me again. How did that pan out? What did he do?
Just 2 big backhand snaps. He said he just wanted to hit the lip and hit it hard, and it's exactly what he did.
All right, so he talked the talk and walked the walk and even did a little rap on his way out of the post heat. All right, Green now having a look at this. So not deciding to pull the trigger on priority, so just holding on, staying firm. Nice scenes here at Sorake Beach. So anybody that would like to visit this area, I would suggest it. It's got a lot to like. There's definitely one of the world's most iconic waves here. A little bit of travelling to get here. You've got to somehow get you back to Medan, whether it's via Bali, Jakarta, Medan, or backdoor through KL or Singapore or something like that. Come down that way. Once you're in Medan, you hop on a little plane and get over to Gunung Sitoli and then drive down a beautiful coast drive to get here. Here's our best score now of blue.
Yeah, this is a 4.73 for Centaro's very first wave. He just is looking really smooth. The flow between turns is on point. I've been loving watching him surf in this event for Nias, and yeah, he's just looking really, really smooth. Centauro Sakai. So that was a 4.73. This is his 4.27. It's a good-looking wave mark and just really strong off the bottom. First turn was crisp. Second one just leaning into it, pushing a little bit harder, and yeah, that board looks super responsive. I'm loving it under his feet at the moment, and he just looks really connected out there.
He is. He's just doing strong, basic turns and keeping it real, and it's got him a couple of fours to be hold a lead. So I'm sure he'll probably want to try and really dig in a little deeper. Should he get another wave just to fend off Dylan and Philip and Ricky? And the job's not done with just yet. Lowish numbers. Someone gets a 6 or a 7, it's really going to mix things up. Here's Ricky.
Yeah, quick in and out there for Ricky Tomoshige. Needs a 4.3. So needs something a little bit more than that. Dylan Wilcoxon up and riding.
All right, so slams it in the pocket, drops down, gets another bowly section to investigate, and again gets up there and just smashes the roof of that wave. He says 2's enough. Out he goes and gets it directly involved in a paddle battle with Ricky Tomoshige. And paddles right in front of him, if you don't mind. He says, get out of my way. I've got the inside track. I'm desperate for third priority.
Wow.
Wow, he's kind of learning how to compete as well and be gnarly.
That's crazy.
I didn't mind it because he's just sending a clear message to Ricky just how much he wants this.
He's kind of giving off Winter Vincent vibes to me. I don't know why. It's just the approach. Whoa, big turn there for Philip Duke. Lays into the second one. That board is looking really good. Love that he's changed up the equipment because that was strong surfing for Philip. But yeah, 8.5 just locked in for Dylan Wilcoxon straight away. And yeah, he's giving off Winter Vincent vibes. Just that real effortless style, effortless flow.
Big hits at
big
every
hits.
opportunity.
Yeah.
Winter doesn't mess around, the defending champ. I'm sure he has been tuning in the last week, just seeing how his defence of his title would have gone had he been here. He missed day 4. I'm sure all those lads that aren't here will just have massive FOMO from missing out on that day.
Watching it while they're making their way over to South Africa for that second Challenger Series. 8.5 for Dylan Wilcoxon. That was huge. Philip Duke just drops a 4.6. His best wave of the heat so far. He's now chasing a 4.41.
So Dylan has a good look over his shoulder. So Sakai takes this thing. It's a smaller inside wave. He's only sitting on a pair of 4s, so he wants to consolidate second here. Only got one move away. Overcooks his second hit. Needs an 8.01, but more importantly, he's got to get rid of that 4.27 because the boys are breathing down his neck. Philip just needs a mid-4. Bit over 6 needed by Ricky. And back to that last year's moments, none bigger than Xavier Huxtable scoring a 20-point heat. My goodness. I think I've only ever been part of one other heat like that, but let's just stay with the live action.
Yeah, Dylan, just a quick check snap. Tags it again. Looking to better a 4.23. He's starting to fire up a little bit in this heat. At the start, he was looking not sleepy, but maybe just not as fired up as what we saw him in the QS, and now he's just bringing it to life with 5 minutes to go.
Yep, and there's not much of the day to go, and Dylan's starting to hit his straps at exactly the right time, so it's it's kind of deadly reading for everyone else in this Pro Junior men's. Yuma and Western will just be biding their time, no doubt, watching this and seeing how the consistency remains. It is Ricky now.
Oh, just gets disconnected from his board. That was a big turn, though. Ricky just absolutely going for it each and every wave. He needs a 6.07, so has to do that, really, to be pushing for those scores. Sentaro Sakai takes one under the priority of Philip Duke. Needs a better 4.27. Good first turn connection. Wow, he's got such a great style, Sentaro Sakai. Just the 2 turns as he kicks out.
All right, so starting to dig in a little deeper on some of his pocket turns now. Looking pretty sharp. Might even go into his top 2. It was a kind of a bowly 2 sections. And really buried a lot of rail and rotated hard across the shoulders. Looked pretty good to me. I liked it. So the Duke, does he go? And here's another paddle battle. Dylan and Ricky yet again.
Wow. Dylan gets second priority. Ricky in third. It's Philip Duke holding first priority. Maybe having a chat to Dylan there, just being like, I need a 4.41. But he got a 4.6 on his last wave. 2 really strong turns. And yeah, you can definitely see them having a chat there.
Well, stable mates. They're both on the Lost Crafts. They're both with Team Rip Curl as well. Both Indonesians, live in Indonesia. So, he's probably just like, what do you reckon? Let me, just give me some tips here. Maybe help me with a bit of wave choice. Let's see. Philip's been pretty on point with everything he's been doing. But this is the 8.5. Oh, yes, the 8.5. This is his last wave, actually.
Yeah, it's a 5.27. Well, that's an 8.5, I think.
8.5.
Yeah.
Hands down, 2 best turns of the heat. There's the little man in question, the Duke. So let's have a look at this. He tags it right there. This is his, what did we say it was? 4.6. 4.6. So he's basically got to do something similar to that again to move up into second.
Yeah, we just saw Sentaro lock in a 5.03, so it's increased a little bit for Philip Duke. This is the last wave of Dylan. It's 5.27. Goes into the top 2. Sentaro in second. Philip Duke chasing a 5.16. Ricky Tomoshige needs a 6.83. This is a 5.03 for Sentaro Sakai. That first turn was so smooth. Wow, 2 really smooth turns. That was huge.
Yeah, and it seems to be the recipe out here. 2 really strong moves. If they're done on a good wave that has bowl, the judges are prepared to throw big numbers at it. So let's have a look at Ricky now, who's playing catch-up big time. His requirement now is almost 7 points, but this is a great way to attract the attention of the judges. Huge first section. Still needs to be a monstrous score. He goes red.
Yeah, Dylan flying down the line. Strong first turn connection. Looking to better a 5.27. He'll do exactly that with that second turn. That was huge for Dylan Wilcoxon. And backing up that 8.5 even more.
Well, the old cliche of peaking at the right time is starting to come to fruition here for Dylan because he's really loosened up here. Board just looks like it's glued to his feet. He's got the perfect read on these first 2 sections every time. He doesn't languish at the bottom for long. He just speeds between moves and just happy to flick off after 2 of them because he knows that if he gets it right with the connection, the numbers will come. And I agree. I reckon for sure he upgrades his 2-wave total.
Yeah. Yeah, that was crazy. This is a 3.63 for Philip Duke's last wave. Good first turn. Just needs to push a little bit harder. Gets that second one. You could see the fins out there, but he needs a 5.16, so it was not enough. This is Ricky's last wave.
Yeah, it was pretty sick. Boom. He was on his way to a 7. If he had just had that same section again, but he had to back off the revs, threw in a bit of a cutback out wide.
Whoa, Ricky gets a 7-point ride, goes to second. This last wave of Dylan Wilcoxon is going to be huge. Wow, incredible surfing from Dylan. 7 points for Ricky Tomoshige. Whoa. He goes to second. Sentaro Sakai now needs a 4.91. Philip Duke chasing a 5.34. This is changing so quickly here, Mark. This last score of Dylan yet to lock in, though.
10 seconds. And okay, so let's revisit Ricky. That big hit in the pocket was the best turn. Let's say it's the best single turn, and he just added a little squeak out there in the channel.
Yeah.
But the judges are prepared to throw numbers like that at just quality, high-class surfing. It was high risk and a big section. So well done, Ricky. Slides in a second spot. Will Coxon will front up in another final. He's the surfer there in red, so it's kind of all academic. Do we wait for his number? Might as well.
I feel like it's going to be a good score.
I think it is too. Probably going to be up around the 16-point heat, really, at the end of this score line of Dylan Wilcoxon.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely surpassing that 5.27. Maybe his best number. I really liked it. I thought it was huge. Ricky gets a 7. We're going to go into the women's final. It's going to be Aura or Alan Zeflin, Sumomo Sato, Jasmine Studer, and Amari Hearn. Last wave of Dylan Wilcoxon locks in at an 8.9, so extending his lead, 17.4 combination. We'll see him and Ricky Tomashige coming up in the men's Pro Junior final. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the women's right after.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
All right, we are back, folks. A 30-minute women's final has just started. I've got two good friends sitting in here with me. One of them is True Starling, the other is Giada Lagardi. Welcome back, G. Have a look at this lineup. This is a big deal.
Yep, this is the final. And starting off strong right now is Jasmine Studer. 2 big backhand hacks. She's liking it. Looks at the judges. It's looking like that pulse that we were expecting is finally filling in. So good times ahead for the finals.
All right, so True, would you like to enlighten us exactly who we're watching now?
Yeah, we've got Aura or Alan Zeflin out there, Sumomo Sato, Jasmine Studer. We just saw her on a really strong first wave, and Imari Hearn as well. And this wave of Jasmine's, I mean, she's got such a strong backhand. That first turn was really tight in the pocket, gets up and into that second one, and you can see she's just leaning into it, asking the question, starting off really strong for Jasmine. Her backhand is looking good.
Yeah, so no doubt the judges upstairs will have a good second and third look at that and go, okay, this is important because there's a good start. There's some solid surfing, so this will set the tone. And a 6.67 is a really confident start there by Jazz.
Yeah, that's right. We saw her get that 7.17 in her semifinal, so she's looking like she's in good form. She unfortunately got an interference call in the QS, but she got a 7.5 in that heat. So if not for that interference, she probably would have won it. She got really barreled on a wave, and this is kind of like her redemption.
Yeah. Nothing better than being in a finals day of a Pro Junior. Sumomo Sato up and into her first wave as well. Sumomo, she's pretty well experienced in both the Pro Junior and QS side of life. Drives through another carve, but just lacking that critical steep section that we saw of Jasmine's.
Yeah, well, 3 goofy footers in the final, so it's sort of showing that in a sense just how well goofy footers fit into this pocket. Right there, look at that. That's exactly what we're talking about. So Imari, they can just square it up a bit more. Sumomo tends to go sort of out, on a little bit more, I wouldn't say horizontal, but more towards the less steep part of the wave and does those little grinds, those rail grinds out there, as opposed to the goofies that are sort of getting right up there and pivoting off the tail in the pocket. So Sumomo being the only natural footer in this final, and a couple of goofies, 3 goofies in the boys' final as well. You can see that sort of the backhand surfing's really standing up well here.
Wow, Imari's last wave was pretty insane. She only did that one turn, pulled off, but that was probably the best turn I've seen in this heat for sure.
Yeah, that was huge. You could hear the emotions from everyone as well in the athlete area. Big noise here for Imari. 4.17 for Sumomo's first wave. And yeah, it's a bigger wave though.
It was a bigger wave, so that's the difference, though. That little turnout there, I think she's probably at some point going to have to get a little bit more brutal and investigate, trying to get the board perhaps a little more vert or squared up in the pocket just a degree or two more to perhaps really attract big numbers off the judges. But this is so sick.
Yeah, this backhand turn was huge for Imari. Wow. Really solid in the pocket, just a one turn, but we've seen her be rewarded pretty generously for that. I mean, that was a big connection for Imari, throwing heaps of spray. She timed it really well, Giada.
Yeah, and it was really in the pocket. You could see her really eyeing the section she wanted to hit. And I think I agree with Mark where the goofy footers can just get a little more vertical and a little more critical than maybe the natural footers. But then when it's barreling out there, it's a lot easier if you're on your forehand. Well, it depends for who, but
yeah,
usually if you're on your forehand, it's easier. And Imari Hearn's last one comes in at a 7.50, shoots her straight into first. That one turn really, really rewarded. It was beautifully done. Imari Hearn is looking like she really wants this win now.
Yeah, wow. She's I think she got a 13th or something. She did really well. I'm pretty sure it was the 13th in the QS 6000, and hoping to just go for the win here. And a 7.5 to start off for one turn is huge. Jasmine Studer having a look at this one though.
All right, surfs off the screen. Here she is. Boom. Just perhaps extended a little too much off the top of that one. You can see her clear intentions are just keep squaring it up and attacking the lip at every opportunity. So she's looking really good. Just got to, just finish these 2 turns is probably the equation to get the big numbers. Although Imari with the 7.5, the judges are prepared to really acknowledge the high risk and the degree of difficulty in what Imari did.
Yeah, it was a set wave as well, one of the biggest waves we've seen ridden today, and she squared up to it with no fear and kind of just airdropped down. She didn't even bother with the rest of the wave. She's like, that was enough. Pulled off.
She's a pretty relaxed customer, isn't she? What more do you know about Imari? You'd see her a lot in Bali, I imagine.
So Imari, when she's in Bali, she trains a lot in the Canggu and Legian area. She is living in Sanur, if I'm not wrong, at the moment, for Nusa Dua. She is from Great Britain, but, born and raised in Bali as well. She trains with Ivan, also known as Elite Surf Coaching on Instagram. And I know that she's really putting the hard work in. She trains with Dedi as well, Dedi Santoso. So she puts in the work in, and it's really paying off. She's a bit of a charger as well. She's not afraid to be out there. I know she's done a couple trips to Desert Point. She likes to surf Penang Penang. And we did a trip together in HTs a year ago, or a little over a year ago now. And it was like 12 foot out there. She was not afraid to just pull herself over the ledge. So Imari is an all-rounded surfer. She has a beautiful style, competitive, and is not afraid when it gets big. So she's really aiming high.
All right, so a little wave slides under. It looked like there was a set rolling through. There was a lot of movement out wide in the channel. Everybody paddled out, and then it didn't really eventuate where they were. So maybe that's a bit of the west direction, sending a lot of the energy just then into the middle of the bay and not capitalising up into the western corner here of this bay, Lagundri Bay. So yeah, this place does its better work on a more south direction. It breaks right up on the pole position and gets even deeper sometimes when everything is really good. But loving it. It's been it's provided again for the second year in a row. It seems to just deal up good surf every time. Even the year Rio won 3 years ago was a huge barreling day when Philippa Anderson won here as well. That was just tubes on offer. So the point sort of does its best stuff in the middle of the season.
Yeah, it's really providing. We've been so lucky this whole event as well, and to finish the day off with some really fun waves for the Pro Juniors is incredible. This is Alan up into her first wave. One big first turn, unfortunately doesn't ride out for Alan, but loving the commitment.
And Ray was saying, that her favourite spot is like Four Bobs as well, just out in front of the Kandui Resort. Said she surfs there a lot. That's how she learned to do that turn, was Ray's comment for me. So, all right, just going to have to land them. Going for it, though, big time. Everybody wants to win. There's a lot of points up for grabs and some cash. quite a bit of that. But the points is the big thing because, if you do really well in your region and I think win this region, you get to go to the ISA Worlds, the juniors, and have a crack at a world title.
Yeah, WSL World Juniors. I think it's going to be over in La Union again, like we saw at the start of the year with Bronson, Mady, and Luana Silva taking it out. And, if we look at the rankings for the surfers in this next final, Yuma Nagasawa is sitting in second, Weston in fourth, and Dylan and Ricky are both tied equal 17th at the moment on that Pro Junior ranking. So you'd have to think we're going to see a bit of a shuffle. Iko Watanabe was first place thanks to that Krui Pro Junior win. But let's take a look at the best waves of this heat so far. This is a 667 at Jasmine.
Yeah, first ride of the final. Really got a groove on here and wound up a little bit harder on the second blast. Yep, so that was a 667. She was pretty happy with that, but it wasn't long afterwards we saw this.
Yeah, so Imari, a little of a stumble there on the takeoff, but she adjusts her feet and gets that big turn in. Big fan of spray out the back as well. Decides to pull off, doesn't even bother with the inside. So a 7.5 is what has Imari in first right now. Jasmine Studer, 6.67. Sumomo Sato, a good set wave. A 4.17 to her name. Ara, or also known as Alin, get to really get this finals campaign started. But yeah, like Ray said, Alin spends obviously a lot of time in Mentawais, and their favorite wave is 4-bobs. But slowly, I've seen her really adjust and start surfing places like hideaways and waves with a bit more critical sections. And this right now, Alin, big turn there. She manages to stick with it. Looks like she does. So there is her best wave for this final.
Yep, got the backhand wound up there, doing a little bit of her best 4-bobs impersonation and landing that move there. Looked pretty cool. Yeah, 14 years of age, having a chat with Ray as well. He said, I said, schooling and that? He goes, oh, yeah, they're all homeschooled. He said there was a time when they investigated, going to a different island every day for schooling, and he said it was just kind of a dodgy school. It was half an hour there, half an hour back. He said it wasn't really that productive. So they're all sitting at home doing their online school in between surfs. And as a 14-year-old, what a dreamy life to live in probably, one of the top spots in the world for surf in the tropics. Getting to do these things as a hobby, chasing events in other epic spots in Indonesia. She's got to be the envy of just about every other 14-year-old girl in the world.
Yeah, seriously. That would have been... If I was doing that at 14, I'd be loving my life. I was going to school. I remember there was one day when we had, I think, a lot of CT surfers there because there was the 10,000 events or the primes back in the day, and Chris and Moore was surfing at my home break, and I was stuck at school. So that'd be amazing for Arlen. And this is Imari, unfortunately catches her nose. But yeah, incredible experiences for Arlen. Homeschooling is so fun, and to be able to pair that with surfing would be pretty special.
And she's off to the South Korea for the wave pool experience as well a little bit later on. So she's in red. She's kind of trying to get out there and regain this second priority, but a good-looking wave now for Jazz. It's really glossy and it's clean. Here she goes on a backhand. Look at this section. Oh my gosh.
Wow. That would have been a big score there for Jazz Studer. Unfortunately, just falling off on the way down there, but she can land those turns. I've seen her quite a lot at Sandbar and Canggu training, and her backhand is so strong, especially in the river mouth. She is coming off a knee injury, but she's looking really strong, and her surfing is sharp. So Jasmine Studer, 6'6", if she starts landing those turns in this heat, I can see her taking the title pretty easily.
I think if she lands that and beyond, you could just say 9s attached to that.
Ooh,
the performance, that was just such a big dig, and here is blue.
Yeah, Samomo up and into that first turn, carving down. You can see her eye this one again, just stomping on the back foot as Samomo gets her second wave locked in. She only needs 3.94 to go to first.
It was a bit more of a committed display there by Samomo, starting to ramp it up as she needed to, and really digging in a little bit deeper on those moves. Jamming hard on a rail, so she's starting to find her best form. So that was pretty sick. and just prepared to put it in the pocket a little bit more on that wave as well. So for sure the judges are going to take note of that last ride because it was two really good turns, didn't miss a beat, there was no downtime on a good wave that had two really bowly sections for her.
Locks in at a 5.17 for Samomo, so she goes to first place. Imari down in second, needs a 1.84. Jasmine chasing a 2.67 and Alan looking for a 6.07. And, we've seen some incredible surfing from all these women. Imari's going to take this one with first priority on her backhand. She needs a small score to go to first. Draws off the bottom. Good first snap there for Imari. Drives through a second one, just gets that carve in and she kicks out. So I just can't get over this last wave of Jasmine Studer. That one turner would have been huge. Like it would have been up there with the 7.5 of Imari's, I think.
Yeah, well, I think it had a bit more brutality attached to it. She really, really stomped hard. I can't wait to see the replay. This next number, though, as well for Imari is going to sit pretty well alongside her 7.5. So what did you like most about, so this was the 5.17.
Yeah, this is Sumomo's 5.17. Beautiful style. She really doesn't push too crazy or rush her turns. So Sumomo Sato getting a couple really nice turns in. Here, Imari Hearn, a 4.03 for this last effort. This was probably the better part of that wave and a bit of a cutback here. Surfing safe, but if Jasmine really starts cranking it up and pushing those turns like she did, it's going to look like Imari is going to be in a dangerous position.
Yeah, I agree. And I just think with the quality of surfing, I feel like we'll probably see the leaderboard change a little bit throughout the rest of this heat as well with 14 minutes to go. I mean, the 7.5 of Imari's was on a big set. We haven't seen one like that roll up since then, so surely we're due for one of those sets soon.
I'd also love to see the Bonsai replay of Jazz's last wave. It was only a 1.3, but it could have been well in the excellent range. Just the brutality of the turn and a really bowly section.
All right, looking like there's a couple waves coming through Sumomo Sato's second priority. It is Allen, though, cashing in her priority. Good looking wave here. She wants to do what she did in the semis. Good first turn there. Sets it up again. Does a second one. Sticks with it. She's liking it. Looks at the beach. We're hearing a lot of cheers out there. So she got herself back into this heat and giving her a chance to win this title.
Yeah, that'll be her best wave. So the 8.26.2 requirement will not exist. I'm pretty confident, even though we didn't quite catch all that second turn. The crew on the athlete area certainly did. This is what the judges saw.
Yeah, this was pretty huge for Allen. Really good first turn. She's stable off the bottom. Just pivots on a dime. The second one again, up and into the lip. It's locking in. It's a 6.0 for Allen. So she's only chasing a 5.54 now to go to first. And it's not a big score. A 6 is looking really good in the score lines right now with 12.5 minutes to go. And yeah, it was nice to see Allen get her best wave just now and get herself back into this heat, like you said.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a bit of a nail-biting finish. All the girls are fighting back. They all have a pretty good score next to their name. So it's not anyone running away with it just yet.
No, and the wave count's pretty good as well, considering we're only just this side of the halfway mark. So at least they're all getting a chance to swing hard. It's those that have capitalised the most. Imari with her biggest opportunity with that 7.5 and then just playing the game to add a 4. So in her brain now, she's probably thinking, right, what do I need to do next? Got to burn off this 4. Might have to revisit that kind of theory of that first turn and get in the pocket a little harder and just jam it. A bit like Jazz did with her effort. Man, I wish if she had landed that, it would be absolutely game on and White would not be in 4th spot.
Yeah, it would have been a big difference there for Jasmine Studer. And it's moments like that which are make or break for these finals. You need to make sure that you're so on point and so polished. I'm sure she'll get another opportunity, but it's so tough, especially with 7.5s and other 6s already being locked in and 5s. It's really, really close between these 4 surfers. And let's just talk about this next final as well. Yuma Nagasawa, Weston Hurst, Dylan Wilcoxon, and Ricky Tomoshige. That is a huge final to finish off the day. We saw Ricky get a 7 mark basically in the last minute of that last heat.
He did. He was languishing a bit and wasn't having the best heat, and then just all of a sudden did his best work moments before the buzzer and just stole that second placing off Centauro. And so mainly the goofy footers are featuring in our finals.
Yeah, just under 11 minutes to go. And it is Jasmine Studer up and into this one. On her backhand, gets a good first turn in. She's needing a 4.86, not a big number for her. Loads up off the bottom. Ooh, unfortunately, just kind of stomping a little bit too hard on the back foot there. So scores to come in for last of Jazz, but I don't know if it'll be the 4.86 that she needs. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, that wave, it was well served. Got a little stuck on the rail in that last turn and not as crazy and critical as maybe her first and second wave were, but it's going to be a good backup. She definitely won't be in fourth, but it's all about first place now.
Yeah, these numbers are all for first. So 4.87 for Jazz to get to first place, 5.54 for Alin, and Samomo chasing a 6.34 to go to first. And scores for Jasmine locking in at a 3.33, so takes her to second. This is Samomo up and riding on using her priority.
All right, let's see what the lone natural footer's got this time. Can't quite get the right read on that first hit. A little throwaway moment here for Samomo. So clearly everybody will now throw everything at these last 10 minutes. It's time to go big. A lot of points being our second Pro Junior of this year's rankings. This is a big deal. You could really clearly put some separation between you and the rest of the pack if you win. I know Weston did a good job down there in Cruy to put a final appearance together, so he will be looking pretty solid on the rankings points, but I'm sure he just wants to win. Coming up in a while, we'll get to that. Men's,
Right.
let's have a look at this.
This is a 7.5 from Imari Hearn. She did this in the first 5 minutes of the heat and backed it up with a 4.03. So this is her backup right now. Safer surfing, but I think smart, as she knows she just had to back it up to keep herself in first place. But now with priority out the back, she knows she has to go big because the girls are close behind. Jasmine only looking for a 4.87 to go to first.
I'm also struggling to remember on the ladies' side of the draw in Cruy.
Mariah Akita.
I know she won, right? But these other four that are in it, were any of these crew in the grouch? Jazz Judah got a fourth, I'm pretty certain, down there in Cruy. So her second final. So this is big numbers for her.
Yeah, she was saying how important it is for her to be in this final again. She got that fourth in Cruy. And this is another final going to kind of launch her up the rankings, and she wants to get a piece of that WSL World Junior title. So Mirai Kaida got first in Cruy. Then it was Anon Matsuoka in second, Rita Suzuki in third. So this on your screen, Jazz Studer, the 6.67. She's currently in second, but won't be holding back now as we reach the last 7.5 minutes here. And it's going to be a great last, hopefully, last exchange.
This might be this big blast she went for. No. Okay, so this is her last wave as well. So this is what's got her into second.
Yeah.
So now her requirement is not large. It is a 4.87. So she's best positioned to dislodge Imari. Samomo needs a low 6 and a mid-5 needed by Aura. So Aura's still there. They all are, really. If they can just get the right wave and just get their best surfing done in the pocket. Judges, we know, are prepared to throw a 7.5 at one manoeuvre. It's just got to be a ripping turn. So it could all just change in the blink of an eyelid. And we've got 6.5 minutes to sort it out.
Yeah, not much longer left in this final. Nerves might start to set in for all the girls, particularly Imari in first. She's so close. She's almost there with that win, but you never know what's going to happen in the next 6.5 minutes. She's holding first priority, though. So heat-wise, that's a really good position for her to be in with the lead, holding first priority, kind of controlling the back end of this final. And for me, I think that's a really good thing. She's got the best wave of the heat already, a 7.5. But Jazz Stu's backhand has been looking really lethal. She can just get the 4.87 on one turn.
Yeah, you're right, and it's a super crucial part now for Imari. She kind of needs to put her breath work into into play. She needs to keep her nerves under control and stay in control of the situation because that's what she is doing right now. While there's a bit of a break in the action, we're gonna go on a quick bonsai break.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son. This ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
Righto, so a nice little mashup of some of the highlights from last year as well. And the four ladies are sitting tight, probably realising it might come down to just one more opportunity each. So it is time to just realise what they need to do, to focus on what numbers have dropped earlier and what they've done in the past at this event to get the number required. It's just got to be purely focused on yourself right now. You can't worry about what anyone else has got to do. There's nothing you can do about that. But in 4 minutes' time, they could all have a swing at these totals. I'm sure Imari could easily upgrade with a 4:03 and just feel more confident about maybe getting the win here. Jazz, big deal for her, already making the final down there in Krui, is sitting in second. Momo, she's got the hardest task. She needs a 6:37, and young Aura could do it with a mid-5. But here is Jazz. So let's have a look now at wave number 5 for the goofy footer out of Bali. One more hit here would be really good. All right, game on. Pretty strong 4-turn combo. Jazz likes it.
Yeah, that was it. A 4.87. That was huge surfing, and yeah, that was a clutch moment for Jazz to do that under the priority of Imari. And I loved that. I love that surfing, the connections. You can see the passion there as well. I love when it starts to come out in these, tense moments. So I think we'll see a change in the leaderboard.
Woohoo! All right. Well, the predictions from True could see White, if they come out that way, head into the lead. It was some pretty strong surfing. What are your thoughts, G?
I think the surfing was absolutely incredible. The only difference I could see is maybe the size of the wave that might be against her, but this first turn, beautiful, and she really wasted no time in between any of these turns. That third one threw so much spray out the back, so the judges having a really good think of this because this is a super important moment right now.
And you could see Imari had a good look at that wave as well. She had top priority. She didn't see much down the line that she thought was valid, but Jazz definitely did. She rattled off 3 big hits before a cutback.
It's a 4.37, not score for Jazz, just under. She's still chasing a 4.87, and you can see that frustration. And I think, Giada, you're right there, the wave size.
Yeah, that's about the only thing you could put it down to. On you, G.
Yeah, all right. So it is Imari Hearn with priority. She wants to improve on that 4.03. So we have her on screen right now. Gets past this first section. Wraps it around here. Let's see if she does a little bit more on the inside. Looking like she won't be improving her scoreline with now 90 seconds left.
The door is still open.
Yep, the door is open for the other girls now.
She had to take that wave, though. It looked like it was going to be a good one. So I think that was the right thing to do for Imari. Won't go into the top 2, but wow, this is going to be really close. Alan only needs a 5.54. Like, that's really close for her. Samomo chasing a 6.37. We've got 1 minute to go in this women's pro junior final. It's going to be really, really close.
Oh, yeah, it's so close. And Jazz Studert has third priority, so the other girls are not going to be letting her get any more waves. Alin 554 to go to first. Sumomo Sato 637. Looking like there's a couple lines coming through from the screen. 45 seconds left. Are we going to have a bit of a clutch moment right now for the other
Well,
girls?
a 14-year-old with priority in a final like this, she needs a mid-5.
Oh, my goodness.
Can't see anybody paddling at this stage. There might not be a wave just presenting at this moment. 25 seconds, though, so it could come down to Aura if one sweller presents itself. Things have gone a little quiet, though. Jazz will be bummed that the number felt marginally short. Probably needed just a bigger section somewhere along on that wave. Went pretty close to the requirement. Fell half a point short.
Wow.
That's it. It is going to be Amari Hearn as our women's champion. She'll be in here in the athlete zone. We'll go nuts. Her old man's down there, and she's got a lot of fans as well. So, girls, that was pretty cool. Thank you, True, and thank you, G. That was really good talking through that women's final. I think we've got the men in the gates ready to start the boys' final. So we'll throw to a quick break, and we'll get back with the men's action in just a moment.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
There we go, everybody. That's what our men's final looks like. That's their names to go with the colours. Yuma Nagasawa in red, Weston Hurst in the blue, Dylan Wilcoxon in the white, and Ricky Tomoshige in the green. So 2 Japanese surfers, 2 Indos. And to help me with it is Daiwako.
ともしげ選手1本目のライディング、さあメンズジュニアファイナルの1本目はともしげ選手1発目、そして2発目でこけてしまいました。
And Giada as well, going to help us with the fellas final. Did you enjoy all that, G?
Yeah, there we have the women's finalists. Imari Hearn, the winner of the Women's Pro Junior. Huge moment there for Imari. She has a big smile on her face. She has worked so hard for this moment, so we're all super proud. Congratulations, Imari Hearn. She is your Nias Pro Junior Women's Champion. Started the heat with a 7.5. Backed it up with a 4. Kept priority throughout the rest of the heat, and her nerves in check, and stayed in first position the whole time. So this is a huge moment for Imari. I know how much she's worked for this, and she spent some time in Europe as well. So congratulations, Imari Hearn.
There she is. She's just come into the athlete zone. Her dad's down there catching all the moments on his video. So it's so sick. I think G's got to just go down and give her a hug. So temporarily, we'll get G back. The dad down there has been having dinner with us every evening. He's a cool customer. And our men's final yet to score anyways. But the ocean is alive and well, Di. There's definitely a ramp in what's gone on now as opposed to how this morning started.
Definitely, condition has improved a lot. There's so many opportunities out there to there's steeper section to hit. So definitely, it's gonna be an exciting final of the men's pro junior.
So Red having a good look at this. It's Yuma, the sniper. The man I like to call the sniper. He wrapped his way out of his last post-heat interview. What's he got this time, Di?
長澤選手、ファイナル1発目のターンになります。さあ、これは綺麗な波になってきた。ここを掘れてきたセクションにしっかりと当ててきました。Oh, he liked that. Right, that was great surfing.
And this looks like Weston Hurst winding up for a big blast as well. He got a second section here. and puts another big hit right in the pocket. Maybe a big cutback just to sign off in the channel. So what a ripping start to this final. Two goofy footers going hard at it.
And
here goes
behind, Dylan Wilcoxon really pushes the tail there on that first turn, sets it up again. So he'll be looking for a back-to-back win here. He's in the final. Beautiful waves ridden just now. Weston, though, what a way to start the final.
Yeah, I'm sure it's tools down in Bali, down at the board factory. There's Green having a whip at it as well. Ricky.
ともしげ選手と2本目のライディング、これは素晴らしいコンビネーションになってきました。Well, great exchange from all the surfers.
Oh, it couldn't have started in better fashion, really, with all of them getting a bite of a set and all of them pretty much, going nuts on their first wave. No one failed. The platform will be set. All these scores will just reflect the quality of what just went on. So everybody will be feeling pretty confident paddling out after their first effort. Yeah, I like it.
Me too. That was an incredible start to this final, and everyone just going back to back. Some crazy waves ridden. We're seeing that push in the swell that was supposed to be coming, and the perfect moment for the finals of the women's and men's pro junior. There we have the crowd coming up on the beach with 25.5. We're still waiting for all scores to come through. Had an incredible exchange there.
The judges might take a bit of time with this as well because there was a lot of really heavy hitting going on. So they really got to still try and work out whose was the best, whose was the least best, where do the other numbers fit. They're always trying to compare rides and separate numbers, Di. So I imagine that's the debate going on upstairs right now.
Definitely, judges will take a long time to, watch replays of every surf, every rise, and they're comparing every single wave. So, but wow, cannot wait to see what scores they're getting for the first exchange.
I think they've got to be in the really good range. I think Weston's, for me, I'd like to see all the replays again. I know Yuma really liked the work he did. I think Weston might have just had a better second section.
All right, first score came through an 8-point ride for Yuma Nagasawa. What a way to start the final.
Wow.
Yep.
He looks on point. Every heat, he started with a great score.
That's how he started his semi-final, right?
He got an 8 in the early stage. So this is a replay of last red. Yuma Nagasawa took this wave. A nice first turn. It wasn't a critical section, but this turn was super solid. Off the top.
Yeah, really.
Right out of it. So clean.
All right, and just below that number is Weston. So we'll have a little look at Weston's effort again. So he got a really clean first section. Okay, I guess on hindsight, he didn't sort of meet the lip like Yuma did on his. So they went pretty close, the numbers, at 717 versus an 8. So they're both just duking it out at the top of the leaderboard. What do you like most about Dylan Wilcoxon?
Well, different approach. Well, he's natural footer, so different approach. Little bit of slice on the first time, but like the combination.
There's the sniper hard at it again. Him and his mates, they love listening to the rap beats. And here's Wilcoxon.
Oh, big first turn there in the pocket for Dylan. Looks like he's going to go back to it again. Huge second turn. Dylan Wilcoxon fighting back. He got a 3.33 on that first one. Wasn't happy, but found this one under priority. That second turn was huge. So Yuma Nagasawa, Dylan Wilcoxon, and Ricky Tomoshige waiting for scores right now. This is a final to watch.
Right. What a way to finish this event off. But this is the second wave for Yuma. 長澤選手、2本目のライディング少し引っかかり気味になってしまいましたが、綺麗に前に出てきた。そして2発目も入れてきます。これもいいライディングになりました。
So manufacturing two good turns, as does Dylan here. So let's watch this again. So that was a nice whip in the pocket, and then it was just a perfect bottom turn to put him right up there in the lip for a huge blast. So something else going on out the back. It's Weston Hurst.
Oh, that was a sick turn from Weston Hurst. Fortunately, comes unstuck, but wow, it's on.
It's four ripping Groms just teeing off. Here goes Ricky.
ともしげ選手、少し小さめの波ですが、ここはクイックにキックアウトをしていきます。
All right, many scores to come through. What a heat. This is Dylan Wilcoxon now wasting no time. Good looking wave. Big first blast there. Deep bottom turn. Goes again.
Wow.
Managed to stick that one. Gets a third one in just to tie the bow together. Wow, so he's going to be updating his score line. We're waiting for all surfers are waiting for scores still, and big ones too. Priority now with Yuma Nagasawa. So big moments here, and we're only not even 10 minutes into this final.
Wow, what a...
Yeah, we're owed some big scores. So the scoreboard across all colours will be looking really good once the judges have finally worked out what sort of numbers they're happy to throw.
Well, definitely Dylan's last two waves will be top two scores for Dylan Wilcoxon. But this is the last wave for Westonhurst. Nice first turn. And he gets the second turn. That was a huge, but unfortunately comes unstuck.
This is Dylan's last wave. So love that turn. It's just textbook surfing right here. Just follows the lip on that second one and just airdrops down. So showing us exactly why he's the men's QS 6000 winner. So while we're waiting for scores to come through, let's go down to Imari Hearn, the winner of the Women's Pro Junior, and True Starling.
Right. The winner of the Nias Pro Junior, Imari Hearn. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That was a really stacked final. I'm sure you shared it with a bunch of your friends. That 7.5, though, you started off with a bang.
Yeah, it was good to get that off from the start. Get that one good turn in. I tried to go vertical, and yeah, I was happy with the score.
Your first ever win, you were just saying that this is the best result you've ever had. How are you feeling right now?
I'm so stoked. Yeah, I've never won a QS before, so this is definitely top of the list right now.
I know that you have some friends and family that are watching you and that are also here as well. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
I just want to thank my parents, my sisters who are probably watching right now, and my sponsors for supporting me.
Lots of emotions. There was tears, lots of hugs. It's pretty special to see you win this event. It would go down in history, probably one of your favorites, right?
Definitely. I'm so excited for next year. This has been the best comp so far this summer. So yeah, I'm really happy.
Congratulations on your win. Last bang bang of the event. Straight to you. Congratulations, Imari. We'll send it back to you guys.
Unreal, and well done, Imari. Huge moment, her biggest win ever. So a PB here at the Nias Pro 2025. So good, but this is taking shape right before our eyes. There's big numbers everywhere. Let's have a little breakdown of what's going on. The 8 and the 4 there for the sniper, Yuma in red. Westonhurst has also banked a real good keeper with the 717. Going to have to upgrade his second number. Got to go close to 5 points. Dylan's been smashing lips everywhere. We're owed some numbers by Dylan. For sure, the 501 I think was right there. So I think he's about to move up the leaderboard. And Ricky Tomashige. Okay, he's owed no numbers, but his best work looks like a 533, and he needs to ramp that up by about 1.5 points to challenge for first. But this next score of Dylan's will probably change some of these numbers. He's gone straight into the lead with
610 for the last of Dylan, so straight into the lead now.
And he's just loosening up, isn't he? You can see him just moving through the gears in this final and really starting to find lips everywhere, and he's just demolishing them at every opportunity.
I mean, Dylan is surfing pressure at all. He took out the QS 6000, and I mean, he obviously wants to win again, but this is, compared to the 6000, is not as big as a title, so he has no pressure. He already, what to him is proved himself, and he's just having fun catching waves. We see him he caught the most waves already, so he's just like you said, he's loosening up, he's getting his feet on the wax and just having another heat.
So I imagine prior to, coming here for this Asian region, He said he wants to be world champ. He's gonna have a dig at it, and that's his ultimate goal. He threw that out with me the other day, having a chat. But I guess maybe coming here before the Asian region started, and to walk away with a first and maybe another first here as well. He probably just tripping a little bit, thinking I'm kind of almost having a look at a Challengers Series campaign if I can just hold it together in these next few events. He's only 16, but he could also think about if he wins here in the Pro Juniors, that WSL World Junior crown that Bronson currently holds is probably at the back of his mind somewhere. It might even be at the front of his mind. It's definitely a big deal.
Definitely a big deal, taking a win here. And he's just on the way to take another win here for junior division. But yeah, World Pro Junior is actually big stage. You get, if you win the whole thing, then you get really great bonus, getting the wild card, getting compete in the CS tour as well. So definitely this can be a big deal for him.
So I imagine he might have some fresh thoughts going through his brain after this tour to the Asian region. Generally, here he goes again. So let's watch these numbers. So he's really just smashing it at every opportunity. So this is his 7. All right, his backup number's still looking pretty good. It's a 6-1. So this is what's got Dylan into the lead, everybody. You can see he's just given it a real good blast at every opportunity, not missing a beat. His bottom turns are faultless, put him right in the pocket every time. So what I was just suggesting before is I imagine when he's in Kandui, probably his only thoughts on the day are, what's the tide doing and where's the best waves? But with a potential Challenger Series campaign and maybe something bigger there in the juniors with a world title dangling as well, it might start to have some different thoughts creeping into his head. Not right now, but in the future.
ともしげ選手 7.77 で1位のポジションですが、これは少しタイミングが遅れてしまったように感じました。残り時間14分30秒。
Tell us a little bit about Ricky.
Well, probably this is the first Pro Junior final for him, Ricky Tomoshige. Been surfing quite a long time. His mom is professional bodyboarder. His dad is professional surfer, so he comes from a surfing family. Spent a lot of time in Hawaii. He charges. Yeah, he's into surfing since he was a kid.
Right.
And he's still 15 years of age. So.
All right, well then give us a quick rundown on Yuma.
Oh, Yuma has been, well, on screen, this is the best score for the red. So this is an 8 we've seen Ali. It's a nice first turn. And this turn will be, that was a huge turn from Yuma.
Yep. All right, so tell us a little bit about this fella.
Yeah, Yuma's been focusing on the junior event as well as the QS 6000 event, but this he's 19 years old and he's been competing quite a long time, and he loves to make music as well.
Yeah, him and his bros, they rap it out at every opportunity, don't they? They get around, with the gangster sort of strut and just no ego attached to what they do, but they're in their own zone. It seems to be working pretty well. Here's Ricky.
ともしげ選手、これは小さい波、素早くプルアウトをしていきます。現在、長澤選手にグリーンは4位のポジション、グリーン 7.77、そしてレッドは 5.10 が必要です。
So all the requirements we can see, everybody, are to win this final. Obviously, Dylan will try and burn off his 6-1. Haven't seen him boost at all today. It's just been clean and mean rail work, deadly precision. Yuma, likewise on his backhand, is the only one to go into the 8s twice today. So he's well and truly in the groove, and the judges are loving what he does. Western, big heavy hitting fella there in the blue. He's going to have to go close to 6 points to win. And Ricky needs kind of a high 7.
Yeah, so we're about to reach the 12 minutes mark of this heat. And what a way to start. I mean, it was back-to-back, non-stop action from all 4 surfers. But it was Dylan Wilcoxon just taking a little bit of a lead there. it is looking like we're going to be seeing a couple lines come through. The boys paddling back out, repositioning themselves. It is priority with red. Yuma Nagasawa.
So he lets Weston roll into this thing, all unattended. Huge wind off the bottom there for Weston. He's got another big blast coming up, and he blasts it again, but just goes over the handlebars. For certain, he was on his way to that 5.93.
Right.
Flat out approach, just got a little bit late to the party on that second hit.
But, definitely he needs to go big to get this 5.93, and probably he's not looking to get the 5.93. Probably looking to get another 7-point range. So he needed to go big, and that's exactly what he did. But fortunately, couldn't quite stick to the landing. But that was a good attempt.
And that's just Weston's mentality. He doesn't back off and serve to a number. He just sees lips and wants to crush them at every opportunity, rolling around with the current world junior champion in Bronson and hanging with Varun and being out of Lakey and surfing heavy waves all his life. He's not scared, and he's prepared to just leave nothing hanging.
Yeah, so this was the last of Weston Hurst. Comes in at a 4.10, so it doesn't go into his top two. Like you said, he's straight out of Lakey Peak, and something we've seen from Lakey's is that it creates some incredible surfers. Bronson Mady being one, the world junior title winner. We have Oni Anwar, Weston Hurst, of course, and Rajo Barrel as well, coming really close behind. So just showing the quality of waves, and it creates incredible surfers.
グリーンアップしています。ここは攻めていく姿勢を崩さないのがともしげ選手 7.77 が必要です。
Yeah, and there's so many more than those ones you just mentioned. Giada, that's just full of grommets down there. It's like a massive surfing creche. They're just everywhere. And most of them hang out at the Nami restaurant there. Feb and Nadia look after and have fostered about 20 groms. They generally all surf at once. They come out in a boat and just like that, you've got 20 mosquitoes zapping around, and they go for it. So there's, Oni was kind of one of the guys that led the way, and Sammy and Oni's brother Guz out of the Lakey area. So for all the boys down there and for the crew that are listening in, Wa'ura. A bit of Beamanese word there. You guys won't know what that is, but it's kind of code. So we'll let that go. So Dylan, 13-1 versus Yuma with 12 points. Weston's living in the mid-11 range, and a mid-7 two-wave total there for Ricky. So if you could get in Ricky's head right now and just give him a statement of advice, what would you say?
Well, I would say just wait for the set. Wait for your turn. He's just trying to keep himself busy at the moment. Well, I understand because he has fourth priority and try to get rid of the 2.33. But against these guys, you need a bigger sets to actually get the score. So I would say just wait for your turn, wait for the set, and get a score.
Yeah, because with 9 minutes, the consistency of the ocean, you're definitely thinking something's going to come through again and give him another chance. So this is how things kicked off.
This is the 8 from Yuma Nagasawa. So this second turn getting most of those scores, and he was feeling it. It was a great start. The highest wave of the heat behind him. Dylan Wilcoxon's 7-point ride here. Bit of a first turn, sets it up for the second one. Huge blast there. So it's a couple of the best scores of the heat that just replayed. I think Dylan got himself another wave. See if it factors in his top two.
Well, I'd like to see Weston's first wave again because that's the second best number of this final. So more of the Dylan action. So this is his backup number.
I think this is the last wave from Dylan.
All right.
It's a nice two-turn combo. And get the turn in.
Starting to loosen up and going for it. So Weston has the second best score. Backup's a bit lightweight. Really went for it on his last opportunity. He's surfer in blue. Dylan's just ridden the most amount of waves. Well, no, he hasn't. Your boy Ricky has sort of fluffed around on the wave count. What's he got? 6 waves.
6 waves already, but there's 7 minutes remaining. Enough time to get 2 waves, but not enough time to get many waves. So definitely Tomoshige now needs just
stay there and wait for his turn.
Yeah, no, good advice, mate, because they're not going to throw sevens at a half-size wave. They've already sent that message, via Yuma's aid, and what Dylan's done all his work on sort of set waves as well. So you're right. There's no point, not having a red-hot crack at the requirement. 777 is a large number. Would have to be the second best score of this final. So, yeah, he's just got to believe that, just hold firm. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, wouldn't have got the score anyway on a smaller wave. So,
yeah, you're not here to into a second place in the finals. You're here for win in the finals. So definitely needs to get on those sets, and it'll take time, to get a set. So.
Yep, and both Yuma and Weston will have first bite of the next good set. So you're right, he just has to be a little patient, identify the wave that's going to have those two sections he will need, and then he's going to have to do his best work. So same with Weston, he's won a lot of stuff in recent times. He's been competing for a long time, although he's only 16. He'll know what he needs to do from here. Yuma as well in the red, he should just be quietly confident that he's the surfer that's been getting the 8s today, none of these other dudes.
Well, looks like Yuma's having a look at this one. 長澤選手、この波で 5.10 が必要です。セットの波に乗ってきました。一発目、大きなターンしっかりと決めてきて、この2発目重要になってきます。さあ、2発目も入れてきた。少しクリティカルなところではなかったようにも見えましたが、2ターンコンボきれいに入ってきました。
All right, so driving really hard off the bottom has been one of his theories to put him in the pocket. Giada, did you like the way he put that wave together?
Yeah, I did. I think he was a little late to that first section, but mostly because of his positioning of the takeoff. But he surfed it really well. It was really nicely in the pocket. The second one just really pushing that tail out a little more. So that's what's been getting him the 8s. A good-looking wave for Yuma. His requirement is a 510, so I think it's going to be pretty close.
All right, action out the back. So this looks like Weston Hurst now on his backhand. He's got a good bowly first section to chew off. He hits it high and hard, and he holds on this time. He might get another chance to explore the lip. I'm not sure what happened at the back end of that wave, so a little glitch in the visuals. We'll have to rely on some replays. But yeah, Yuma's really digging deep on his bottom turn. He's coming from sort of way deep and really getting the squareness off the bottom turn to attack his sections.
Definitely, it was a good way from Yuma Nagasawa. So let's have a look at replay from Yuma Nagasawa. Really loved the first turn. Gets a vertical section off the top. A nice second turn, but probably it wasn't the section that he was looking for compared to the 8.0 that he had in early stage.
So this is what the judges see of Weston. What did you like, G?
I love this first blast, just showing the power he has. He wraps it around here. This wave kind of standing up for him again. Unfortunately, getting stuck at the top there and wasn't able to really ride out of it. But we're still waiting for both those scores. Important scores, too. It's going to maybe have a shift in situation here for Yuma Nagasawa. Weston Hurst, maybe his requirement might increase slightly. So with 3 minutes left, it is priority with Ricky.
ともしげ選手、この波でグッドスコアが必要になってきます。厳しいところに当ててきたんですが、少し上に登っていくのが遅れてしまったようです。
So yeah, another fall there for Ricky. He's pushing hard. He's just not getting the right projection into the lips. He's making all his landings kind of difficult. That's why I think he's fallen so many times in this. So he's got a lot of waves in his column for a lot of sort of scores below or around 1 point. And since his first 2 waves hasn't been able to capitalise, of course he's going for it. He's got to win a final.
All right, so crucial moments right now. We're 2 minutes 20. Yuma Nagasawa is waiting for a score, and so is Weston Hurst. The judge is taking a really good, strong think of it. So the last of Yuma, a 4.80, doesn't go into first place. Weston We're waiting for his last one with 2 minutes left. Dylan Wilcoxon looking like he's going to be staying in first place with priority.
Wow. Weston's numbers in. What is it?
A 4.33 for Weston Hurst. So just under 2 minutes left. This is a crucial moment now for all surfers in the water. Priority is with Dylan Wilcoxon. Will he let Yuma go on this one? He decides to pull priority ranks on this one. So 90 seconds.
Oh, just playing defense with 90 seconds to go. Did he pull the trigger too early? Well, no, in 90 seconds, but that was a brave move.
Right. That wave
He sits,
really didn't, you know.
You could see him sitting there looking at the channel going, what? There's still 90 seconds? Let's see. Uh-oh.
Just over 1 minute to go, and Yuma having a look at this one. 長澤選手、ファーストプライオリティを持っています。逆転に必要なスコア 5.10。この波で出せるのか。さあ、テイクオフしました。ファーストターン。大きなセクションにヒットしていきました。さあ、ここから前のセクションに出てこれるか。
Oh, he's not going to get the second hit. He's still feeling it, though. He's selling it to the judges. He looks over his shoulder. He might as well surf this in. And Dylan will be super nervous. He won't know what happened. He got one big blast. 5.10 is the answer. The ask by the judges to win. Die.
It was a solid turn.
Agreed.
The wave size a bit smaller. So
no second section.
I don't. It's gonna be close. That's for sure.
The body language. It doesn't look like he's coming in cheering like a champion. Giada, what do you think?
I don't know. He's looking for a 6 practically.
Oh, he is. 5-1.
So there we have it. The last of Yuma Nagasawa comes in at 3.93. Dylan Wilcoxon wins the Pro Junior. Congratulations, back-to-back winner, Dylan Wilcoxon. Look at that. He is the champ. He took Nias by storm. Look at him go. Number 1 again. Huge, huge, huge congratulations to Coxon. Not only the QS 6000 winner, but the men's Pro Junior as well. There's his friend.
Wow.
Giving him a high five. He is going to be riding this one in. He took Nias by storm.
He's
Goofy foot.
He's a champ of Nias now. Wow. Back-to-back wins. It's a massive, massive result for Dylan Wilcoxon.
This is a big, big moment for Dylan. Winner of both the QS 6000 and the Pro Junior. He's looking unstoppable at the moment. Remember this name, Dylan Wilcoxon. With that, guys, we'll be signing out. See you guys at the presentation. Congratulations, all the surfers in this event. Thank you, Dai and Mark, for commentating this one with me.
Oh, look, just thanks to everybody online as well that checked it out. The Nias Pro delivered again, 2025. Over and out on behalf of Mark Cliff. Di, would you like to add something before we go?
Well, that was an incredible couple of weeks, Crew Pro and Nias Pro, and being excited every day, single day to watch all the actions, and congratulations all the winners, and especially Dylan Wilcoxon taking out both, QS and juniors.
Yep. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Over and out from Sorake Beach. We'll just do a prezzo shortly, but thanks for being part of it. Over and out, team. See you later.
Unbelievable 2 weeks. You're getting used to this being chaired up the beach. All your mates are here right now. How good is life?
Wow, so stoked. So stoked to make both of them. And wow, I'm so stoked to win it again.
Team Mentawai.
Team Mentawai.
I'm going to shake your hand. We're going to have a presentation shortly. We'll see you down there. Well done, Dylan. For the final, her name is Imari Hearn. Everybody, please make her feel welcome, Imari. So everybody, let's make a whole lot of noise for all our women finalists here in the Pro Junior. Thank you. Let's go nuts. We'll have a quick chat here with Imari. Imari, so good. First big win. To have your dad here, how good?
So good to have my family watching and my dad here to support me. But yeah, I'm super stoked.
Friends in Bali are tuning in and watching. Got words for them?
Thanks for watching and thanks for the support.
That'll do. Everybody, please put your hands together again for our 4 finalists. Thank you very much, ladies. All right, we're going to call up the Pro Junior men's finals, please. All the guys, if you could come out here with your rashies on. Okay, if we could welcome up in 4th place of our men's Pro Junior final today, please, everybody, put your hands together for Ricky Tomashiga. Ricky. Third place, everybody. Let's make Weston Hurst feel welcome down here to the Hash Family Surf Camp. Good on you, Weston. All right, and runner-up in the Pro Junior Boys division out of Japan. His name is Yuma Nagasawa. Come on down, Yuma. All right, which leaves us to a dual winner here at Nias Pro this year. Everybody, huge round of applause, please, for Dylan Wilcoxon. Oh, my God, what a great final, everybody. All these 4 surfers were worthy components in a red-hot battle. So, everybody, let's put our hands together one more time, please, for our 4 finalists. You can make some noise. It's up to you. And let's have a quick chat with Dylan. Dylan, what an outrageously perfect June run you've had so far. How's it been for you?
Oh yeah, super stoked to win both contests and stoked to be here with all my family, my brother, my sisters, and thank you everyone in Kandui, my brother, my mom, everyone for supporting me. Thank you.
Well, if you thought back to about 3 weeks ago and someone said, you're going to win both divisions, oh my God, what would your thoughts have been?
I'd be like, no way.
Yes way, brother. You are the champion and the dual champion of the Nias Pro 2025. Please put your hands together again, everybody, for our finalists. Presentation and what time? 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. Okay, well, thank you, everybody. There will be an official presentation closing ceremony this afternoon at 4 o'clock. We'll see you then, but thanks for being part of Finals Day, everybody. Thanks, Tippy. Weston. Thank you. Well done, Ricky. No worries, mate. Wow, it's gone pretty.
Today is final days for the Pro Junior. The waves are looking really nice. It's clean, about 3 to 4 foot. We're starting off with the men's quarterfinals and moving into the semi-finals and then the finals around lunchtime. Looking forward to crowning this year's Nias Pro Junior champions.